allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First on the agenda is to approve the minutes of August 21st as written.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second. Moved by Meeks, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Miscellaneous motions. Move to rescind paragraph 27. Huguenin moved to deposit sale proceeds of Sunset Manor in the general fund courthouse general capital outlay line item, and to be dispersed the sale proceeds to Coffee County Hospital in the sum of $508,917.28. Seconded by Meeks. So this is cleanup.
Yes. So last week when we were discussing where to put the money, there was talk on the general fund, and then somebody said courthouse general, and so then I just kind of went with that. But then after going back and getting ready to deposit the money, I thought, oh, that's really not where we should be depositing it. We do have a line item for, let's see, surplus property sale. So I figured we probably, for auditor purposes, we needed to put it to the proper line item, and then we can just write the check out. So this is just cleanup. So we'll rescind that motion from last week and then redo that motion.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to deposit sale proceeds of Sunset Manor into the general fund surplus property sale and to disperse the sale proceeds to Coffee County Hospital in the sum of $508,917.28. Funds to come from general fund capital outlay line item. I will move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion?
So why is it coming out of capital outlay line but goes into surplus property?
The surplus property is the revenue line item, so where the money is going into, but then we have to pay it out of an expense line. And so it seemed like that would be the best one, don't you think, Richard, as a capital expense? So.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Upon recommendation of the county appraiser to approve and approval of county attorney as a form to authorize and direct the chairman to sign agreement to UR Solutions for GIS technical support, which is something that we do every year. If I look back in there.
It wasn't every year. It looked like the last one that was signed was in '08.
Oh, eight's last.
So I think, I don't know if they, do you know anything about that, Mark, why you guys, hadn't had the agreement for several years? Cause
I don't know if it's a yearly thing or if it's a contract for a specific period of time.
Yeah, the last contract ended in 2009. So there must be some sort of support she needs now hasn't needed it since '09, it looks like, so.
It looks like really it hadn't been reviewed for 15 years. They're increasing the rate $10 on technical support and $5 on off-site. So I think it's just more or less maybe catching up. But
Something, yeah, something like
so
that.
move.
Moved by Meeks. Second by Knight. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to authorize director chairman to sign 2 tax abatements in the amount of $1,821.12. We have Richard and
Mark.
Mark. here to explain the abatement.
This is one that we haven't seen anything like it before that I'm totally aware of. And I don't know all the details behind it, but it looks like there is a refund, and yet I understand there's not gonna be a refund. Legal descriptions is somewhat different, so I suggested to Mr. Chairman that we ought to have Mark or Richard, whoever, come in and explain the details of the difference or what's gonna take place.
Okay, this has been sitting on our tax levy clerk's desk for over a year. We've been waiting for the taxes to be paid. What happened was two neighbors, one purchased a little bit of property from the other, but we can't split property until the taxes are paid. Due to issues on the one side, they're not paying the taxes. And so, to clean things up, the easiest way is to go back to the beginning of the year, 21, so that we can split it then, and then the new owner can pay for the entire tax year, and the old owner that sold the dirt, they can do whatever they want with their tax property or not, pay it, don't pay it. If they don't pay it, then I sell it. But in the next tax law, it'd be a tax sale after that, but they need to be current. But anyway, comes down to we cannot split a property that has taxes owed on it. So the only way to get it done without them paying the taxes is to go back to the beginning of the year, abate, because there was a partial payment. And anyway, abate it so that we can have the split done from the beginning, so that now, like, Wade bought it from Tom. So now instead of part year, where it's all in Tom's name the whole time, we go to the beginning of the year, now it's in both Wade and Tom's name. That's all it is a formality. Then we can go back and
And they can split the taxes at that time, and one will pay, and if the other one doesn't, then it'll be,
and it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter, okay.
Well, it matters to them.
Well,
at the end
it'll
there.
matter to them.
But I can get the land split,
Right.
and that way the new owner can know he has his ground.
And it's clean for him then.
Yeah, and if it wasn't, then like I said, even though he thinks it's his and he bought it, if the taxes don't get paid, because it's part of the other property, then it
It'll
can't
be
be
sold.
sold in a tax sale.
You can buy it again.
Yeah,
Also, so is there no rebate at this particular time?
there will be a rebate. It says there is, but we just have to stick it out
So we
and
need-
apply it back.
Does this motion need to be changed then, Angie? Because it states that there is rebate.
Well,
And there's a rebate, but it goes back on to pay.
tax,
I think there was a half of payment,
Yeah, we don't,
but, I mean, it has to come out to the right dollar amount, and so that's why there's a rebate.
so we could say, move to approve the two tax abatements, to place back on the parcel.
There'd be two,
Well, it's not a clarifier.
For the purposes of a split.
and that's the whole idea.
Oops, I'm on the wrong one here.
I was gonna say, nothing was moving.
Sorry.
So as I understand it, you guys don't see the adds, like when we add value or taxes back to the property, you just see the abates.
Right.
So we will be adding it back correctly to each owner.
there's no money going out.
No, so it's $100, we'll say, that Tom owed, but now he's sold a piece to you, so now, actually, it's 85 and 15. It's still $100 that we're gonna collect, there's no money going out.
Okay.
I'm glad mine's only 15.
Yeah, that's exactly, you got a heck of a deal.
I always get the short end.
Sorry, it's just the way it works.
There you go. Okay, that looks good.
Okay.
All right, motion reads, move to authorize director chairman to sign two tax abatements in the total amount of $1821.12 to place back on partial for the purpose of a split of the partial between two property owners. I
One
don't
and a half
know,
a year is 2021.
24 years, 2021.
Hold on a second, do I have that amount right?
That number didn't sound right.
No, it doesn't.
That should be 16.
72 and 245, right?
Was it 2 tax years?
Yeah, these are,
Yeah, there's 2 tax years involved.
21 and 22 is involved, they got different tax bases.
I wanna make sure I have that right. So this one, 16, 56, 82, and that.
Yeah.
There's about, a little over $11 difference.
Between the 2 years.
16 something. So it'd be 3,302? Okay, I have the wrong amount there, I'm sorry.
Motion died, like a
It's gonna
second.
be 12.
We'll go back.
What?
Go get it.
Yeah, we'll get one of these.
3,000 would be 12.
Run it through one more time.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure
I
that,
heard you too, I'm like, wait.
I'm not
Yeah,
too
that's
sure
right.
the two words tax abatement, or maybe the abatement word, should even be in there when there is no abatement,
Well, that's.
or no
it's an-
refund.
Officially, it's an abatement.
Okay,
To get it canceled.
but no refund.
Yeah, there's no money coming out.
And you said it's over 20.
Because you don't see it as added back.
21 and 22, I think. was
We have to take away the $100 bill that we sent to Tom, so that we can send back 85 and 15.
Yeah, it's basically just a formality to clean it up and then
Mhm.
redo.
All right, we'll hit this one more time. Move to authorize Director Chairman to sign 2 tax abatements in the total amount of $3,302.12 for the years of 2021 and 2022 to be placed back on the partial for the purpose of a split of the partial between 2 property owners. I will still move.
I'll second that.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your,
Yes.
No worries.
I think I copied that.
Oh.
Changed the number.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Real, we've got word that Christian Brown is going to be here on some Thursday, either this Thursday or next Thursday at the school. Is that correct? You've been heading this up, so you take it and run.
Well, I spoke with his mother yesterday, and she's trying to help us get him here so we can do this. And he was contacted by, I think, a coach or something, if I understood her correctly. He was going to come down and do something at the school. He's getting ready to go back. I think season's starting up here near the end of the month, the 1st of October. So, like I said, she has been trying to get him here. He's just really, really busy, but she said, I spoke with her yesterday, and she said she thought he would be here this next weekend or the weekend after, but it would be on a Thursday that he would be able to be down to Burlington. So, anyway, I figured that if you guys were able to pass the resolution or the proclamation, then somebody could go and present it to him either at the school or wherever. Maybe the newspaper could be there for a photo op too. I just don't know which Thursday. And she messaged me last night and said it would either be this Thursday or next Thursday. So I said we would try to work with him. If you guys want to go ahead and do that.
My suggestion was to do it today, and that way we announce, blah, 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 that then somebody can present it. I mean, yeah, to him if he comes to the school. So, if that sounds like we can get it, approved and approved, then we can worry about the Thursday that he shows up at the time.
I I did talk to Wade yesterday too, because he's the one that wrote the proclamation up, and I explained that to him, and so he tweaked it, however, and got it to me this morning, and I printed it off on the fancy paper, so.
Would Vice Chairman want to, your town, do the proclamation?
That's my idea, wasn't it?
It was your idea, your town, man. And guess what, you get to
Yeah.
present it.
Yeah, it would be nice if he, could have been here during a meeting so that, everybody could see him and stuff, but still, quite an accomplishment from a small town. So, I thought it was a good idea, so.
Agreed.
Comes now the Board of Coffee County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas, hereby proclaim as follows. Christian Braun is a native of Coffee County who proudly claimed Burlington, Kansas as his now known town. And Braun, I'm saying it right,
Brown.
is in rare company as a champion at the high school, collegiate, and pro levels, and only one of only 5 players in NBA history to win an NCAA title, an NBA title, in back-to-back seasons. And as a Kansas State High School Athletic Association champion, Braun played a vital role in winning 3 state championships with Blue Valley and Northwest High School in 2017 and 18 and 19. And as collegiate NCAA 2022 national champion, Braun played 3 seasons for the Kansas Jayhawks from 2019 to 22, during which time Braun was 2-time academic All Big 12 first team Big 12 All Freshman in 2020, Big 12 honorable mention in 2021, and was named All Tournament Team for the Big 12 Championship and the NCAA Tournament Midwest Regional in 2022, all while playing a key and pivotal role in the Jayhawks' run to the national championship in 2022. And Braun starred as a Jayhawk and commended his legacy as a champion, having played in 101 games over 3 seasons with 74 career starts, having scored 1,018 career points, 506 rebounds, 183 assists, and 97 steals. And in recognition of his elite level of talent, Braun was selected with the 21st pick in the 2022 NBA draft by the Denver Nuggets. And as a professional NBA 2023 world champion, Braun played a key role in the Denver Nuggets 2022-23 regular season championship run, including an outstanding season record of 53-29.646 average, an elite home record of 34-7, and a successful playoff run in which the Nuggets finished the playoffs with a 16-4 record, including an impressive 4-1 NBA Finals series win over the Miami Heat. And as a champion and professional athlete at the highest level, Christian Braun is congratulated and recognized for his many accomplishments and for continuing to recognize and show his Coffee County pride. Now therefore, the Board of Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas, on behalf of the citizens of Coffee County, hereby recognize professional accomplishments and congratulate Christian Braun for his hard work and professional accomplishments, including being the champion at the high school, collegiate, and professional levels, and proclaim the month of September 2023 as Christian Braun Month.
Very well.
Also moved. I guess that's a motion, correct?
I'll second.
Moved by Heaton, seconded by Meeks. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. September is Christian Braun Month.
Okay, so if you all would like to sign. Reed, I didn't get your signature last week before you left
We're running.
on that one.
Okay. Does she have to have December training this morning, or?
That's what she said. but, I mean, you can get down there whenever you can get down there.
Okay.
Run a little behind, airport. Darren Ish, you're up, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr.
I am here, about 3 weeks ago, I had a call from the FAA wanting to move forward with a project to rehabilitate our parallel taxiway, which was, a portion of that was built in 2009, the other portion was built in 2011. There's a lot of cracking, joints need resealed, and what so on. We had a Teams meeting with engineers and the FAA on the 10th. They would like to move forward, to get the ball rolling. The whole deal with the FAA always is, we have no money, we have no money. We have money, you need to do this now. So, I know this wasn't on my budget for 2024, but I'll get to that. Anticipated project cost is $600,000. Of that, the county would be responsible for 10%, $60,000. With that being said, we have banked with the FAA $300,000 of NPE funds, our non-primary entitlement funds, which we get $150 of every year, so we have $300 banked there, and we have $400,000 of BIL fund, which is the bipartisan infrastructure law funds. So we have enough money banked with them to do this project, but again, it falls back to the 10% match. When we done the project around the T-hangars, you guys funded a portion that was ineligible for FAA funding. I think in 2023, or yes, 2023, you gave us $270,000 to match a portion of that to make it all concrete. I had applied, and I told you I was going to last fall with the state of Kansas for a portion of that, so they could be involved and possibly fund part of it and say they were part of it. At that time, it was not during their application period and was denied. They did not have the funds. They had another application period come through this spring. I went ahead and sent it in, thinking, well, squeaky wheel gets greased, and our project did not fall in. It was out of cycle because we were done before July 1 with the project, but they would not fund any projects that were done before July 1. All the projects had to be after July 1, but we were selected. So I have $201,916 that I was not anticipating. It is your money, obviously. That was how much the grant was for. What I'm asking is I would like to use $60,000 of that for next year to match the funds, and we have some other stuff we would like to do, but didn't know how you guys would like to go about it, and so you would not be coming up with any money, but we do have that $201,000.
So even though the time frame didn't work, they still went ahead and selected you.
They did. So, never hurts.
How much did you ask for, Derek?
$201,916.
Oh, that's what you asked for?
Yeah, yep. So they would not fund part of the engineering fees, so.
If you use that 60 for this project, is that gonna short you any time down the road that you're aware of?
No, because, like I
Because you got
said,
the $201,000.
$201,000 that I was not expecting that you guys funded. But, you know, I could keep a spreadsheet of where these funds go, of the $201,916. We need to do some work on our craft hangar, our multi-bed hangar. We have some pretty bad issues with the insulation. It's delaminating, coming apart, bird problems and stuff. But I didn't know how you guys would like to do that, and we would like to go forward with this project in '24 because when it's available, doing these projects for 10% on the money, to me.
Is the funding that the state gave, is it a use it or lose it by a certain date, or?
We had used it, so this $201,916 I had extra is your money
Oh, okay.
that you gave us to do this. but I went ahead and applied again with the state and got it, so,
Basically just a reimbursement.
Yeah,
basically, is what it
basically.
was sitting in your account.
Yep, yep.
Sounds like he's pretty fortunate to get that money, but it's great that you went ahead and applied, so.
Well, that's my job, and
Your insulation, is it blowed on or is it batted?
it's batted.
Are you
And
gonna try to blow it on? Can you take it all down and blow it?
I don't know, that would be somebody
An
other than
expert-
me,
expert.
yeah. The paint that it was painted with is delaminated, so then the seams are coming apart, we got bird problems getting in the insulation. And I have a new respect for birds, I can tell you that. I've tried everything under the sun to keep them out of there.
They're pretty persistent, aren't they?
Little bitty hole where the doors come together in the front, and I stuffed shop rags in there last summer. Hammer and a screwdriver and got them tight, and within an hour, them sparrows had been pulled out of there. So, but
We gave you the money.
it's not for that project,
I agree to that, but I don't see why you couldn't keep it in your extra.
and I'll keep you guys a spreadsheet
what
of
I've
where
heard.
anything goes to, because it is above and beyond our normal operating funds.
Well, that sure help out, but
Yeah,
it's other projects.
I
Issues you
understand.
need to deal with, I feel.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, we'd like to do that. Someday we need to update our 100-load lead truck and stuff like that, but we wouldn't spend it frivolously,
So
so.
this concrete you're plowing place, is it pretty dilapidated, or
It's, some of
it's
the,
starting to show its age?
starting to show its age, some of it has cracked plumb across, and the FAA would like to see them removed, replaced. I think I have a few pictures if you wanna see them.
So I was just curious, I mean, 'cause it's, 12, 13 years old, is all it is.
The major thing is the portions that have cracked, and they're cracked all the way across the segments. It's 35 foot wide, and there's 4 segments across. Each section that's cracked, they wanna just replace and go back and have nothing. And then all of the seams, they wanna clean them out, reseal them. Also, the access portion up to the hangars, the maintenance, or the terminal building, they wanna work on that. And some of that 600,000 is obviously engineering fees, that's the total project.
Is that work that you can do?
No,
So you gotta bid it out?
yes,
Because it's over the 10?
yeah, the engineering agreement they would like to have in place, but this is the FAA, they would like to have in place by September 13th, here in 2 weeks. Construction plans, they would like to have done by November 17th, advertised for bids in March of 2024. Have the grant offer by June or July of 2024, and do the construction portion in fall of 2024. So,
Nancy, I don't know how you, pardon me, I don't know how you need to construct write that up in the minutes, but whatever needs to be done is, I'd so move that we allow Darren to do that.
I mean, any
I don't know that.
I just wanna keep you guys where the money goes, because I don't.
But like I say, we already made a motion to give him the money, and I mean, all he did is
Got a refund.
refund, so
The only,
we're not taking it back.
the only
Yeah,
portion I was worried about
We're
was,
allowing you to do it, which to me ought to be identified in the minutes.
yeah, different project, but,
My thought anyway.
yeah. What I was worried about was, since it's not happening in 2023, gonna happen in 2024, and I might shoot Phil or somebody with Jared Gilman Phillips, just see if there's something I need to, for them and their audit stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But since it's going from 23 to 24, it's still, I think it probably only identified as a construction or rehab project, so it's still that, but Angie might know more about that than me, definitely, so.
Total 200.
201916.
It's a refund amount
That
from
was,
a grant.
yes, that was,
Kansas grant.
basically you guys had funded. I went ahead and applied for the grant again. They gave us 201,916, so I have that in excess. And rather than just put it towards employee salaries, I thought I'd do something.
And what are you planning to use it for?
Parallel taxiway rehabilitation,
60,000 of it.
60,000 of it, yes.
Yeah, that 60,000, pardon me, that 60,000 probably ought to be identified, so.
Yes, and, you know, like I talked about, that leaves another 141,000, but,
Taxiway service or parallel?
parallel taxiway rehabilitation.
It sounds like a portion of that's going to go to maintenance for the hangar.
Yeah, but also in 2026, this is our, long-range plans. They want to replace our AWAS, and that's been identified with the FAA. The county's portion on that project, total thought would be $42,000. So part of this could go in 2026 for that too, and I wouldn't have to come to you guys and ask.
I would think that would be, in my eyes, be the way to do it, to
Yeah.
handle it, and get things, use it towards things that needs to be done, and
And I can, you know, annually or with the annual budget, I can give Angie a spreadsheet of where the monies have been spent, the $201,916.
That'd be good.
So that way you,
So do you maybe not want to just say to use toward projects for the airport?
Any and all future projects.
Because that's where it's gonna go.
future match projects, maybe.
yeah. Which the T-hanger would not be under that,
Right.
the
Insulation.
Still sounds like
Insulation.
he's done.
True.
Yeah,
It could be-
it's kind of embarrassing.
Maintenance.
Should we call them capital projects?
Capital improvement projects, yeah.
There we go.
Writing it up that way, we wouldn't need to identify this particular project, yeah.
Okay, how's that look?
That looks, yeah, they'd leave it open that way.
Yeah.
Needs to move to authorize the airport administrator to use refund amount from a grant from the state of Kansas in the amount of $201,916 to use toward future capital improvement projects for the airport.
I don't know about putting the state of Kansas, because we're using the state of Kansas funds for the project we just finished.
So what should we say then? Is this a refund amount?
Remaining funds or that you guys gave us, because I'm gonna use your money, not the state of Kansas'
Okay.
money.
To use remaining funds?
Because on the grant agreement, it is identified as the T-hanger
From the
project we
county?
just finished. Yeah.
Okay. Got to do a lot of threes today. Needs to authorize the airport administrator to use remaining funds from the county in the amount of $201,916 to use towards future capital improvement projects for the airport.
Okay.
I like it.
Seconded by Huguenin. Any further discussion?
Do you think the word grant needs to be in there any place?
I don't,
Okay.
because it wasn't a grant from you guys, and, like to keep the state money separated, because we used it, it was deposited Friday, they sent it to me, and I deposited it,
Okay.
and I used it to reimburse what we spent
Yeah.
on the project we just finished, so,
It's a wash.
yes.
It's a wash.
But it maybe gets us by a couple of years without me having to come ask for, additional funds to do matching projects.
You did good just by going back and reapplying. I mean,
No, I didn't. In fact, the list came out and we were not on it, and then I got email notification, that can't be. And I didn't want to come to you guys until the money was in our bank account either,
Yeah.
so.
All right, motion's been moved, motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Darren.
I appreciate you guys' support as always.
Aaron,
Thank
how
you.
before you retire?
We're kind of in a drought this year, so it'll be a while. I don't know, I've been there 32 years.
I know you've been there quite a
Yeah.
while.
So,
They got lots of good years left.
Well, I'm not saying that, you do such a good job out there, especially with these grants and all like that succession planning anymore in any business
Sure.
is critical, so.
oh, absolutely.
I was just asking that to lead up to you have people under you that if you did retire, you could fill your shoes?
I often think about that and go, what would we do if he wasn't here?
Yeah.
Well, you know, there can be, I guess, I don't know, I just do stuff and think it's taken care of, I don't know.
I get that.
I'm a few years,
Yeah.
so,
But it'll take a few years to train somebody to fill your shoes though, too.
True.
take a little while, but,
We're trying to work on that with all the departments, trying to.
I'm 50 years old.
Somebody have some foresight, you know,
Yeah.
like,
You got a good number of years left.
This is true.
Yeah.
Still needs to support his farming hobby.
yeah.
My wife says I has a lot of numbers a year, but it's still work there, so.
I just, like I say, just
Yeah.
succession planning and,
Absolutely.
I mean, I know there's probably some departments throughout the county that
It's
certain
coming up.
individuals left.
Yeah.
You know, might be a struggle.
Yeah.
I'd hate to see that for the airport.
So would I.
It's hard to put a value on succession planning.
You did.
Yeah.
It's hard to put a value. It needs to be a lot of planning done ahead of time.
We're really
I don't
trying
care
to-
what business it is.
Yeah, and it's easy for the person retiring to say, great, good luck, but it's also,
Yeah.
I'm proud of what the airport's done and what you guys have
You
done
should
for the
be.
airport,
Should
and,
be.
you know, I wanna see it continue.
As you should be.
Well, I think with the new entities coming in, I think you're gonna see
Yeah.
more business too, just guessing.
Yes,
I think you're right, Tom.
so,
It's gonna be good for the airport.
Yes.
it's what we're banking on.
Thank
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet.
We're running behind. Do we need to recess to go for our EOC training now?
Yeah.
We don't know what time we're gonna resume, because I'm gonna say it's
30 minutes.
at least 30 minutes.
This
so
shouldn't take too long.
Well, it's an hour.
It's an hour and 30 minutes.
This is an hour and 30
Yeah.
minutes set up.
That maybe she can speed it up since you are running a little bit.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Well, you could go
I
ahead.
calculated.
Ted, do you have anything for us, or you just picked a boring day to come down here?
I just, will probably be coming down, just trying to keep track of the microprocessing plan, that's all, on behalf of the school district.
You know, Friday, we're having groundbreaking
Yes, I
ceremony at the
do.
airport.
Planning on being there.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we would have to recess and go to a EOC training.
I'm sorry.
I'm not the only one.
So, we'll be back in an hour and 30 minutes, I guess,
But I won't be.
or less.
Can we resume if it gets shorter? Can we resume, come back up, resume immediately?
Oh, I would think so.
Okay.
I mean, you're not putting a time on it,
Yeah.
and
We've got a
The
time here,
meeting
but I
will
wouldn't
start
think
back
it'd be a
up.
time on.
the training's supposed to be an hour and 30 minutes, but if it ends up coming back 10 minutes early or
Yeah.
whatever, I
I
think you
think
could.
we should be allowed to.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like a hearing, so, yeah.
Surprised that wasn't like after lunch.
Yeah,
Well, she
I think she,
needed to do it this morning, it was kind of her only
Do we need to
time.
move to resume?
do we need a motion to
Just your recess in the meeting.
just recess the meeting for an hour and 30?
Give or take.
Give or take. Okay,
You made it.
we made it.
Bang.
I see my phone being a little crazy. Hot run. How are you guys?
On the schedule.
Now you're back on schedule, I think.
Well, we lost that one.
They took the walkabout, we took the elevator.
This is back on my desk.
Oh, so I went ahead and gave it to you to keep with you. And so once I can get her to give you a definitive date, which Thursday, then I can let you know where you need to meet him. To do this presentation or whatever.
Sunday.
This is, we have changed the date from last
Oh,
week,
okay.
so just to correct it.
How you, Ron?
Good, are you?
Good.
Or if you want me to keep it here, so you don't have to keep track of it, we can do that too, whatever. Or you can leave it on your desk there and get it.
I'll think about that.
Okay.
Too many options. Sorry.
Brian, you're up.
All right. How's everyone today?
We're, in school.
Yeah. I went through that here last week, Adam and I did, so it's good stuff. So we didn't have any call-outs this weekend. Did a few interviews last week, and I think we still have a few more to do. But the first motion I have is a CP2 for Adam Moore. He was actually one of our summer help that we had on this summer, working for us.
Motion 2023-52, motion to review and approve CP2 payroll notice for Adam Moore, heavy equipment operator, new hire, wage classification 3502, with a wage of $19.86, effective 8/28/23.
I'll move.
I'll second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next will be a motion, it's time for our biannual bridge inspection. So basically, this is something that we have to do every other year. So it's that time, and typically we send that out to, I did add one more name, that Kirk and Michael would be one other name we'd add in there to get bids back on. And I think typically in the past, it's around $80 to $100 a bridge is what it's cost, and so it's somewhere around $25,000. Where it should come back in to get those inspected.
Okay. Motion 2023-54, move to approve Road and Bridge Superintendent's request for proposals for County 2023 biannual bridge inspection and analysis from BG Consultants, Kurt Michael, Cook Flat Strobel, Engineers PA, and Swab Eaton PA.
So moved.
Moved by Hugoden, all second, seconded by Knight. Any discussion?
When's the last time we had that done, Ryan? Didn't we have that done just a couple years ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's required every 24 months.
Well, it is absolutely required every 24.
Yeah, and then we have like 3 structures that are required to be once a year.
Because of their age or something?
Yeah, and I think, I think the bridge down there at Leroy, and then maybe the March Arch Bridge at Neosha Rapids, there's like underwater inspections, those have to go under. I know that we have 2 or 3 that are required every year.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
All right, thank you. Next motion is a motion to dispose of the 2 dump trucks that we are getting rid of. And so I think the new trucks we're getting from Custom Truck One Source, they actually have a deal that they'll get rid of those, auction those off at no cost, since we got trucks through them. So I think maybe we're considering that. The only way, there's no charge unless we decide to no sale them. If they didn't bring enough money, then there would be some advertisement fees that they would have to want reimbursed with. Other than that, we have the auction time. As an option, there's a 2% advertising fee there, and then a 7% commission up to $50,000, and that's capped at $3,500 if we went with the auction time. But I think we would like to consider Custom Truck One Source, since that was kind of part of the deal that they would do.
But what's their website to advertise them, Ryan?
I think it's pretty big. I asked that question today. Yeah, I think their network's pretty big. So, I mean, it may be a little smaller than Auction Time, possibly. I know Auction Time's pretty big, but, yeah, I don't know.
Who do you say that's gonna be?
What's that?
What'd you say this was all gonna be done through?
This company's out of Kansas City, it's Custom Truck One Source. I mean, I'm not gonna guess at how big their network is, I know they're pretty large.
And there's no charge on that.
Right, and like I said, we don't know for sure 100%, those are the two we're looking at. That was just kinda brought to me this morning. So I've asked a few questions on, that was a question I asked is what, how many eyes are they gonna get the trucks in front of, as compared to auction time. I haven't gotten an answer back on that yet, but, I mean, these are the two we haven't narrowed down to, so.
Why just in an auction time?
Well, the price on auction time, their fees were less than like with, Purple Wave, and, I know that their buyer's fees are different, they're set up different. I don't know.
Well, the only thing I can tell you about auction time, they're not in charge of collecting the money.
Okay,
They leave that up to the customer.
okay,
There's people like myself that make a pretty good living off of buying stuff on auction time
Right.
and putting it on other websites. So
right.
I don't, myself,
You think auction time's a good avenue to go then, or not?
no.
Okay.
Because I said, there's people that make a living off
Okay.
of buying stuff on there and putting it on Big Iron and Purple Wave,
Right.
et cetera. That's my
Right.
opinion.
What would your recommendations be?
Big Iron.
Big Iron?
Yeah. Only reason being, and I think possibly, Purple Wave charges 10% buyer's
Yeah.
premium. And to most individuals, they charge 2, 3, 4%
Yeah, I think
to the seller.
Right.
I don't know that they do that with a government entity. They might just have the buyer's premium. Big Iron is 10%, or maybe they might do a little better than that. I
Okay.
don't know. That's where I've had the best luck.
I'll tell you what, how about I get some more information on Big Iron, and I'll get Purple Wave, and I'll get them all so we can compare apples to apples, and then we'll have the discussion on who we need to go with.
Sure.
If that works for you guys. I still need a motion though for disposal of the trucks. That's gotta be advertised, I think, 2 or 3 weeks in the papers, so.
Yeah.
Motion 2023-41, move based upon recommendation of Road and Bridge Superintendent to find 2 10-wheel dump trucks and dump bodies, T33, an 07 Mack, and T87, an 06 International, are no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of Coffee County, and as such should be disposed of by sale. Notice of the board's intent to disposal of said property will be published in the August 31st, 2023, September 7th, 2023, and September 14th, 2023 in the Coffee County Republican.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Moved by Huguet, seconded.
Yeah.
Moved by Huguet, seconded by Thompson. All in favor?
Do you, want to publish it 3 times? Because you only need to twice.
Well, we can take it up to September 14th. On then.
Note to motion 2 times. August 31st and September 7th.
I second that.
Still same move, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Last thing I got is this discussion. Don, you brought up that pull-off lane in Leroy here a week or 2 ago. We do have some culvert ordered for that. Possibly would be here later this week or next week, so we'll probably look at getting on that.
That's the land northwest side of Leroy?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not northwest. Be on Shetland Road there on that pull-off lane.
Passing
The
lane.
passing lane on Shetland,
All right,
so.
all right. I know we still got that little, that project northwest side of Leroy.
Right.
So we gotta get the city involved in some of that too.
Right, right. And we're looking at a drainage structure over there too that
Yeah, yeah.
should be getting something back from our
There's a
engineer.
lot of water comes off that north quarter, a lot more water. I knew there's a lot of water, but there's more acreage coming than I thought.
Yeah,
Cause all that north half's coming down that waterway.
correct. Correct.
It'll be good to get that pass lane in there as wide as this equipment is. Gives people a little more time to make decisions.
Right. Alright. That's what I have for today, guys. Anything else?
Short and sweet.
Yeah?
Yeah. Thanks, Ron.
Alright, have a good day.
Thanks, Stu. Thanks, Ryan. I need to sign anything else?
I think I got everything for you. Right now.
Well, good, I'm out of ink.
Oh, you gotta sign all the checks.
Yeah.
That's a trick question.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
We got Amelia.
We got our 11 o'clock Amelia, come on up. You're the next contestant.
You're gonna need something from me too.
I think I said you,
Bob was this week. Make fun of Bob. Bob Barker.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Good morning.
Doing okay.
Good. Okay, so I'm on the agenda for a grant. So I had applied for a grant for the health department. So it is called Workforce Development. It's for transforming public health in Kansas. And we have the potential of receiving over $74,000 from this grant, and it's over a 4-year time span. So the projected end date is November 30th. I did submit the grant, but it does require a signature from myself along with a commissioner. So the deadline is August 21st, that's whenever it goes into review. And then the estimated award date, when we will find out if we receive the grant funding or not, will be December 1st. So the purpose of this grant is to kind of transform public health. So it's for hiring key positions, retention activities, recruitment activities, salary assessments, tuition assistance, paid internships, address training needs, and access to temporary staff if needed. And then it also has the option for using regional resources and helping pay for some of that. What I have allocated for this grant would be for implementation of mental and behavioral health improvements within the health department staff, provide additional paid time off for educational purposes, pay professional development fees and memberships and dues of staff. So this would be like our liability insurance for our medical licenses. Develop and implement tuition assistance programs, develop and implement student loan repayment and forgiveness programs, and offer education initiatives such as certificate programs. I do have listed out all of these details if you guys want to read it, of what I plan on spending that money on. And these items are not set in stone. We can change them throughout the years depending on what the needs for the health department is. This is just a general what we will potentially be using it if we are approved for the grant funding. You guys want to look at it or?
Sure.
Okay. So I did not make a bunch of copies, but
I'm gonna make copies for you guys real quick. Do you want copies real quick?
Sure.
While she's making copies of that, I do have some updates for the health department. We are going to go live with our DAISY interface Wednesday. So this is the application that we use for all of our grant reporting. And this will interface with our EHR, Kansas Web IZ, interface with our electronic health record. We don't have a go live date, but we are in a testing phase for that. LabCorp, we do not have a go live date for that, but I did submit the application for that interface, and that is under review. Influenza season is coming up. Our influenza vaccines will be shipped out August 30th We do still plan to hold our drive-through flu vaccine clinics that we've done pretty much every year outside of COVID. And we might potentially offer those vaccines at our library visits for our lab draws that Sheila performed. And then we will also be offering flu vaccines for the Coffee County Employee Health Fair, along with blood pressure checks and biometric screenings for all of the employees. And then we have an event coming up, the Safe Sleep Community Baby Shower, which is Monday, October the 2nd, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. The health department has been working with the Coffee County Breastfeeding Coalition and Coffee Health System in planning that, along with the Extension Office. We will be meeting 2 more times before that event. And then the workforce development grant that I had submitted. That's pretty much it for the updates for this month.
Sounds like you've been busy.
Yes, very busy.
Very good.
Very, very busy.
I think it's going well.
Yes.
Good.
Yep. So far, we are trying to get our staff trained in, because we do have a new nurse, to make up for the positions that had previously left, and that takes quite a bit of time since a lot of the trainings are only offered a couple of times a year, which is unfortunate, but we've been working with it. The Safe Sleep Community Baby Shower, it does require a Safe Sleep instructor, and that is actually one of the upcoming trainings that Susie, our registered nurse, will be performing. So previously it was Katie Rich that performed the Safe Sleep instructor classes. But as you all may know, that Susie's is due for maternity leave October 20th. We do have a backup plan in case she is not able to attend that Safe Sleep Baby Shower. We actually have 2 backup plans, just in case.
The oh no and then the oh no?
Yes. I like to play it extra safe. So the contractual portion for tuition reimbursement or tuition assistance and student loan reimbursement for this workforce development grant. I do plan on having a contract with employees for that. Just kind of an idea. I don't have anything laid out exactly, but I would like for it to be a 2-year contract of employment. But we have not came to that part, and I would like to discuss further with you guys whenever we are notified if we get approved for this grant. I don't want to have to write all this policy for not receiving the funds, just in case. So a little background on the tuition assistance and student loan reimbursement. We do offer services within the health department that require a registered nurse license. So that is one of the reasons why I had added that into this grant for what I would like to potentially spend it on.
So the grant money would go to several different individuals,
Yes.
not just one individual.
Yes, so I consulted with all of the staff within the health department, and I got an idea from what they would like for the health department to be in 4 years, and what services we can potentially add to them, and what education they would like to take to help better their jobs that they do. And I have a spreadsheet that I can bring to the next commission meeting with a list of all of those, if you would like to see those. Oh, well, okay.
We trust you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Sincerely, I mean that.
Thank you.
So basically, everywhere you have a check mark is where you're planning on dispersing these.
That is correct. And there's one that, would require an update of the health department layout, and that would be a break room, calming room. So that would be covered underneath this grant. So right now we don't necessarily have a break room within the health department. It's just a counter and a fridge that's in the middle of the office. So I would like to have kind of a separate room just for that, but still within our outline of what we have currently.
You'd have the area that would be available to
Yes.
do that
Mhm.
within your area.
Mhm. Because it says that we cannot expand our square footage, but we can remodel within the square footage that we have.
On the tuition reimbursement,
Yes.
so they would go, would the tuition be paid upfront or if they complete it? I'm sorry, yes. Would the tuition be upfront for them to do this or dependent on completion of that?
So the tuition reimbursement would be, I would like for it to be based on the completion of the semester.
Okay, all right.
So they would have to have the initial funding to be able to take the classes, but
And then if
then
they complete it, then that's,
Mhm.
okay, I was just
Yeah.
curious.
that's what I would like for it to be.
Sure, sure.
Makes sense.
No, it makes sense. That's,
Do the performance, and then we'll reimburse
Right.
you for
Yes.
some of your monies.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And of course, there would be a contract stating that.
Sure.
But I have not typed that contract up just because we haven't been approved for this
Right.
amount. It's just a potential amount that we might
I
have.
would get Wade involved in the contract typing as well
Yes.
to help out.
Okay.
He's pretty good at putting stuff together.
Where it needs to be.
Where it is.
Yes.
Looks fine to me, anyway.
like you have a good plan.
Yeah, I agree, you know, nobody knows better, in my opinion, what you need than you. You know,
Yes.
so.
I don't want to be the one sitting up here saying, no, you need to do this. I don't know.
Well, I'm open
Yeah.
to suggestions.
I look like a fool.
No, looking at all, these are based on the options they're giving you to use the grant money.
Mhm.
So you get to pick your options, so.
Mhm.
Check what you want.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I can send it through, so it will be, the funds will be available December 1st of this year as long as it is approved, and it can be spent through November 30th of 2027. So if our needs within the health department changes within that time, we can submit a budget maintenance request. So reallocate the funds to a different area that we're needing it.
That
That's
would kinda
within
let
the grant.
you move things around.
Yes,
That gives you 4 years.
yes,
Yeah, that-
Very good.
That's, can you write the grant?
yes, I do. And there is tracking with this. This one is quarterly report updates, and then one annually of expenditures that we spent.
Summary of
Mhm.
quarters.
Yep. And the money does roll over year to year.
But you got until 2027 to spend it.
That is correct, unless they decide to extend it further.
Maybe they'll decide to give you more.
Yes. I could only hope for that.
No, very good.
Okay, awesome. There's nothing here for us to take any action on, doesn't look like, other than just maybe give us the update on what she's doing, so.
Mhm.
It does require a signature from one of you guys, just stating that, it's a signature page that we have to submit with all grants, and since it's a higher dollar amount, it's just to let you guys,
What's the heading on that piece of paper?
So the heading is grant application signature paid, State of Kansas, Department of Health and Environment, and it's for a grant period December 1st, 2023 to November 30th, 2027 for workforce development.
We do need to make a motion.
If
Probably.
you didn't need a signature, we probably need most of it.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to.
I think he's typing it up.
Yeah, Angie's fingers are typing away over there.
Yeah,
It's not cool. So yeah, once, December 1st comes around, I will let you guys know what amounts we were approved for. But I did have our, public health specialist, our regional public health specialist review it, and she said that it looks good, so
Okay.
hopefully that's promising.
Right.
Oh, there it is. It's not in red.
Yeah,
I was looking for red typing instead of
That's what I was
black
looking for, but
typing.
I didn't find any.
Now it's red.
Okay.
And it does have the amount on it too.
74,870.
Yes.
Motion to authorize Director Chairman to sign grant application signature page, State of Kansas Department of Health and Environment for the grant period of December 1st, 2023 through November 30th, 2027 in the amount of $74,870.
I'll move.
I'll second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I will get that uploaded to our Kansas Grant Management System whenever I get back onto the office.
Keep fingers crossed.
Yes, thank
Very
you.
good.
Thank you.
Anything else
Thank
for
you.
me?
Good luck, good job.
Thank you.
Very good job.
Have a
Take
good day,
care.
guys. Thanks.
Kind of staggering how much money is available with these grants if we're able to get them.
Can't forget
I
that.
know. He is in my office.
The health department, the last 2 or 3 years when Lindsay, she got a lot of grants. Quite a few dollars every year.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
Keeps it running. I seen Wade pop his head in for just a split second and then he left. Yeah, I might before we go in. We've got till round table and then we got checks and vouchers this afternoon or
I had
whatever.
a question on this bond deal too. I didn't completely understand it, and they said, questions Richard has made, he's available if we want to talk to him. I don't quite understand
Is that the payment for the bond?
what the payment structure is. I don't understand the interest part of it.
I don't think anybody understands the interest right now, it's all over the map.
It is.
I think that was
He's only allowed to,
that was our concern going into this, that the interest rates would just be.
I don't know what the interest rate is on this, but, you know, the principal's $440,000, the interest amounts to $188. That's 40% of the principal. I'd say that's pretty expensive, but then again, it may not. I'm sure Richard's got the interest rate on it.
We can have Angie get a hold of him.
I'm
We can
sorry.
have Angie get a hold of him.
Yeah, on this bond issue, I would like to have Richard give us a little bit of an update on how it's structured.
Oh, we've got, yeah. We've got discussion of land too. Airport.
Today.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Good.
He's gone to lunch, but he'll pop in later.
Okay.
That works.
Okay. We're into round table, Wade.
I guess could you cover the parking lot
No, haven't been moved. We just now finished the agenda.
Okay. And I've been sitting across the hall, I showed up a little bit after 9. I'm waiting for a call, the dog in surgery, we're removing a mass from the roof of its mouth, so that's sort of why I've been sitting over there. Myself and Commissioner Huguenin and River City, Warren Moody and Ryan Backus and Mark Davidson and one of the representatives from Kilo and who else am I missing?
Well, we have Richard Mason, which is Mark Davidson's, he's with Road and Bridge as well, and you had Jimmy Huguenin was popped in as zoning.
So we had a meeting last Thursday to discuss sort of some of the concerns related to the water issue, the issue of the pictures. And I think that situation has been, at least, sounds like remedied. River City has some flexibility to cure some of the outstanding issues. That was covered with the city. Mark Davidson, he seemed to be satisfied that that would address the situation, and then the city is going to take care of another issue related to on the backside of the new parking lot, I guess to the north, in between where the concrete is and where that fence is, so the alley that will hopefully help to alleviate some of the new drainage issues. And I would say that how everybody worked together was important, and I think that's why having everybody get together and go through that exercise is important. And I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
No?
I think in the very near future, we're gonna have Goldberg and River City here to go over some new information on the jail. I would look for that hopefully within the next couple weeks. I do know they have their 90% plans done, if not pretty close to 100. Then at that point, we'll hopefully move very quickly. I'm not sure where the numbers are going to fall, but I think it's been made pretty crystal clear. Not a, with your phrase, not a penny over 30 million. So whatever happens, it's not a penny over 30 million.
I just don't see how we can with what the voters.
I don't either.
I mean, can't spend more money than they allotted.
Yeah.
Lies.
I'd still like to see it be under that, with the changes that have been made and stuff, but maybe construction costs have changed that much, I don't know.
Well, the fear for me is, I mean, if you say 30 million, they say, okay, now you're at 29.5, then you get change orders in around 1.5 or something. That's the
I'm sure into it,
Yeah, to me, it almost needs to be down that 49 range. But we just don't, because there's bound to be a change order. There may be quite a few.
3 or 4.
Yeah, you can. And that's what I had written down here, 90% information is supposed to be here August the 10th, 100% September the 7th, and we're supposed to make approve the bid, September the 11th. Those times are gonna be here in the next few days, so I was gonna ask how quick Goldberg was coming in, so. You think next 2 weeks they'll be in?
I'm pretty sure there's a meeting set up with myself and the sheriff and Goldberg to go over some, what they call
virtual
value engineering.
That sounds like an expensive name.
So, and that meeting is gonna occur this week, so hopefully there'll be new information. I think it's probably something that will cover maybe what things look like now, and have the sheriff take a look at what they can do, and
see where things are, whether things need to be revised or not, so. I would hope they'll get on the agenda maybe as soon as next week, but that's up to them. Yeah, so that answers your question, Don, but it doesn't. I know it,
Yeah.
it has to come through pretty quick, because if they're
Well,
gonna
it
follow
did,
their
but
timeline.
every week or two we go just makes the end of it go out another 2, 3, 4 weeks or a month. And, you know, I don't want them to hurry up and not do their particular job, but we also got a temporary agreement for them to meet some deadlines. And to me, deadlines are gonna be important in this.
I know from the conversations I've had with River City, and with Goldberg behind the scenes, I mean, they're working. I don't think they're just sitting idle, but I think it's they're trying to make the numbers work and getting ideas from, now that they have their 90% or 100% plans, get a better idea on what the cost would be with some of the better information, which they didn't have with the 50.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know if those numbers have fallen in line with what their expectations were either, and that's a question they'll have to answer.
But what they presented that day, but they usually come down, you know, the 10%, it'd be good if they come down at 12.5%, 13%, so. Just wait and see what they come up to.
Trying to think of anything else that would go with that. I mean, hopefully have better information by next week. But the 90% plans, they were sent to me, sent to the sheriff, and we're having the appraiser's office, since they have that large printer, print several copies off, so there's a master copy here if you want to look at it, but that's required ordering new ink and new paper, because
That 90% was 139 pages, is that
so,
right?
somewhere in that neighborhood. It's not very big, or
Not very small.
not very small. And if you print it off, or you try to look at it on a computer on a sheet like this, you're gonna have to have some pretty good eyes.
Yeah.
Or a magnifying glass.
Get a telescope.
Telescope, yeah.
And look at it.
The other thing that was requested, and while we were talking last week, to help alleviate some of the maybe roadblocks we ran into, or turbulence with the parking project, is to get a computer-generated walkthrough, so you can walk around the perimeter, walk around the property, walk inside. And my understanding is they're gonna be able to make that happen, so that you can, instead of just seeing it on paper, you can see when they put the structure, you'll see the elevations, you'll see what it looks like, and that might help to aid and assist. And well, that doesn't look right, or we might need to change that because of the optics of it, which probably would have helped if we would have done that and saw that big hole in the ground, that ditch that took out half that front yard to the north. So that's what I know there.
One thing we discussed last week, Thompson was gone, we was discussing land prices for the airport. I didn't want to set anything until you was here and we all kind of come to
I watched the
agreement.
meeting that evening, and I'm, I agree with what I feel I heard on there was, we're all kind of flexible on the price. It's what our future costs are gonna be. It's what seems to be everybody's biggest concern. Is that what I heard from everybody? And I'm the same way. I'm flexible on what we get for it, because that's small compared to the size of the project and the possibilities that we have here.
Yeah. you know, they budgeted, what'd you say, 4,000, Bobby? 4,500, something like
Yes,
that, 4,000? You know, and I'm sure the county's gonna have to pay something somewheres. I just have that feeling, but call it intuition, but, you know, we know we're gonna have probably some on the road more than likely, maybe.
I hope not.
Maybe not, you know, but
well, that's, that agreement basically said we use 500,000 on frontage, or give or take.
at max, yeah.
I just hope it also said that the entities are picking up all the costs for the infrastructure. But
If we just go to the north edge of their project, 500 might cover it. But I know there's some discussion about going further north at this time too.
well, with that discussion being, possibly going further north, that's gonna come, from everything I've heard, is gonna require larger water lines, more sewer. We don't even know if they're gonna tap into the city of New Strong sewer yet, maybe, we don't know. If they're gonna do it again, we don't know. I just, in the end, I don't want them to come back and say, oh, I guess we do need $2 million. So, I mean, the agreement needs to be, if it goes over by $2 million, because all the homework was done, it's not our bad. Because they're agreeing to pick up the infrastructure. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong.
The way I've understood it, all along, they're picking up the infrastructure.
Oh, yes.
They're doing a septic, last I knew, they was doing a septic system.
Yes, sir.
That was brought to us. It's gonna be a high-tech septic.
And they're gonna maintain that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They understand they're gonna build something for now. They, like everybody else, hope one day that there is public utility out there, public access to sewer. That's a project down the road. That's something that is a bigger undertaking than this project. So they're just gonna go ahead and put something in place now that serves their needs, and they're not asking for a dime. They're paying all their taxes, and you're getting a road out of the deal. Proposed with no investment from the county.
But that's where my concern lies, future needs. Whether it's tying on to city sewer, whether it's building a bigger septic, is that, especially when you add another entity onto the north, I'm not quite sure how to word it, but for some reason, I can just see.
What do we do now, basically?
Yeah,
on down the line.
I'm curious why.
There's been some concern about water pressure, and I know we talked about this a little bit in here briefly, but was there a study being done about, are we actually lacking pressure? Are we lacking volume? Water can be, lots of different things can cause limited flow to customers, and we've got other customers out there that are concerned, and I understand their concern. What are we going to be able to do to ensure that's not going to make that worse for them?
All you can do is go off of what your people are telling you for now. The engineer, Carl Lee, and the others who have been part of this project are telling you there's not an adverse effect to the citizens from putting this one project in.
Has Carl done any work on that particular issue?
Yes, sir.
That was my question, that I wanted to bring that up again, just to cover that again, because we're talking like 1,500 gallons a day. Is that what we're thinking about?
Yes, sir.
What we're talking about? So, I've just had it, had heard the concerns about it. I haven't heard any directly myself, but people are concerned about it, and I understand why.
I did meet with the architect for Paragon, which is the next company that the commission could be talking about and with. And
sorry to interrupt you, but see, we've added another entity.
Yes, let me get to that.
Was that going to require a brand new water line? It's going to require a brand new water tower? It's going to require
Yes, so,
happening in city sewer. I mean, so who bears those costs if that happens?
so the discussion with that architect, we made very clear, Carl was there with me, that they allow us to do another infrastructure grant. We can only get these grants when a business locates. And that infrastructure grant would address either the sewer in Hull or the water situation in Hull. When I say water situation, I'm talking about providing a clear-cut upgrade to that area so that there's no question whether the citizens or industries in the future, those to come, would have adequate volume and pressure. Right now, Rural Water 3 is telling us that there is adequate volume and there's adequate pressure for everybody, all that anybody would need, except for a few trouble locations. One of them is a gentleman who lives up in that area. He lives higher, at a higher grade of elevation than the water coming to him.
And that's gravity.
Gravity.
That's gravity fed. I mean, the way I understood it, there's no pump, I mean, there's no pump between that and that individual.
Yes, sir.
So it's all gravity.
Yes, sir. The grant with when we land another company, before they locate, we can plan an upgrade to the water and or wastewater. As we're all on the same page, everybody understands we need to do those things. But other than the county, as an alternative to the county just dreaming up a project and spending a bunch of money, I think we can get it paid for through grant.
So if we go and the company number one, SSM gets there, builds your concrete, builds the road, so on and so forth. Now company number two comes around, we're gonna get a grant for either sewer or water. What are we gonna have to tear up to get to company number two?
Nothing.
And number one, because of course they're gonna wanna hook onto it,
Everybody will.
you know? So I just don't wanna go through and have to tear something up.
You're gonna have
Yes,
easement
sir.
out beside your roadway, and we're already putting in place the planned application for water pipe and sewer, going down the length of that frontage road.
Already, just stabbing it in,
Correct.
getting it done.
So they're gonna
up in
put-
front, cap it off.
adequate parking from their structure out to that curb area, so I
Yes, sir.
understand Jesse's concern. You know, we don't wanna do stuff twice, we don't, you know, the money's being spent, hopefully not our money now, except for the roadway, but it's a waste, you know, when things have to be done over.
And we're not sure we're gonna have to spend anything on the roadway.
Right, that's not a definite,
Right,
yeah,
that's
sure.
not a definite.
It'd be nice if it was, yeah.
There's one other thing coming, the discussion with the city of New Strong, that's gonna happen on the 14th. Obviously, the commission's invited, you can come whenever, you know. We're just gonna ask a simple question: would you consider having a discussion, have a sit down, talk about the possibilities of connecting to these industrial users at the airport? And then they can say yes or no, and if they say yes, we'll go into deeper discussion about the technical features of those possibilities. We've already done some cost estimations too, to see kind of what that would take, but the other thing we need to do is have Rural Water 3 come meet with the commission. I think that'd be easier than going to their meeting. If they can send a few representatives here, they own the water jurisdiction in that area. For all the concern the commission has, they kind of bashed me over the head a few weeks ago and said, "This is our baby. Quit talking about it. We'll handle it." So that's something that we've all got to deal with. But yes, they need to come talk with the commission.
Well, and that's what, you know, I hear people talking, well, the commission should do this, the commission should do that for the water, commission should do this for the water. The water's not the commission's hands.
Yeah.
It's the rural water districts that have the say in what happens out there.
Yeah.
We can have discussions with them, work discussions, and see if there's a plan or see what needs to be done to help the situation, but that's initially in the water district's hands.
That's right, and that's just like at the end of the line, if there's lower pressure there, and that's not our 1,500 gallon a day isn't going to jeopardize, isn't going to hurt that anymore or less. I mean, it shouldn't.
Well, as long as there's adequate diameter going past us going on, then it should, I wouldn't see that it'd make a difference.
I wouldn't think, but that's, but to the point, that is the water district's issue.
It is, I just,
I know, yeah.
You know, that much more water being used, of course, that's only, 1,500 gallons a day sounds like quite a bit, but for an 8-hour day, it's less than 200 gallons an hour, so it's not a huge amount of water, but as long as they don't decrease the pressure on the west side, that there's also already a little bit of an issue there. But I think, just like Leroy, they put a brand new pump station in there to feed Leroy as well as feed the 12 miles that they just put in. A pump station may solve everything up there if they got the line size to handle what they need to have.
Yes,
I don't know what a pump station would cost. Probably depend on how much pressure they got, how much water they got to pump. It wouldn't be a big major investment, I'm sure of that.
and I hear what you're saying, though, that's kind of for them to decide, but actions that, things that you and everybody else here has helped bring to the county are affecting their situation. I don't know how we all play into that, I don't wanna step on anybody's toes, but I don't wanna act like, here, you deal with it, that wanna try to protect everybody's service out there, that's all.
They probably know of all the issues already, although they don't know what the possibility of expansions are.
They do.
So and they may know some of it, but I think it'd be good if 2 or 3 of them would come down.
That needs to happen.
And it's probably better here than up there.
That's right.
There's only 2 of us that goes.
And they're aware of the possible bigger expansion in that area.
So the first people we reach out to are the utilities, and they're one of them.
Okay.
They know exactly what is coming now and what could be coming.
So this other proposed entity that could possibly be coming, do you have any idea what their usage is or what their plans are? I mean, what they
similar. They'll have a lot more employees, so they'll have a little bit more than 1,500 a day, but they'll be similar. We're right around probably 3,000. I'm just guessing.
Okay.
They'll be double the employees of SSM.
I'm just I didn't know what they're, whether they're gonna take water for their process or whatever, I guess was my question.
Yes, sir.
Water just be human consumption and toilets and stuff like that, not.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask.
Yes, sir.
So back on property. Do we want to set the price at $4,000 an acre? For SSM? I think Bobby has to have that for real soon, like.
Yes, sir.
Or $1, whichever everybody wants to do.
They need to close their financing, so that's pretty much.
We had a pretty good, I know Wade wasn't here last time, but we had a pretty good discussion on the value that was going to put against it. And I think, I'm not going to say we had a mutual agreement of 4, but with everything they're doing, where we don't have to invest too much in the infrastructure and maybe nothing in the infrastructure.
Me watching.
I don't have any problem with 4. As we go someplace else, if they don't do as much in the infrastructure, that next price might be 8, maybe 10.
Yes, sir.
I think we've got to remain flexible based on what it takes to make the decision.
That's right.
I felt you guys had a good discussion, me watching the meeting, and I was sitting there shaking my head yes while I was watching it, okay? So I guess if I'd have been sitting here, I'd have been nodding my head yes too, so I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that,
And I-
4,000.
As what you've all said, our first reaction is that, well, we want to try to set a precedent for future. I don't believe that's so. I think every situation's different. I don't think there's never a fair for everybody, I don't think we need to think that we're setting a benchmark for the future, is my opinion.
And based on what they're doing, I mean, they're footing the whole bill. I'm good with that 4,000.
I am.
Mr. Eugen? Fine. You're fine? Do we need a motion?
think you're just gonna plug those
Just,
figures in,
okay.
and then
And then we'll come back and do
yeah,
it.
we'll do the resolution that will require some notice in the paper that, now that you come to that consensus.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
think that would be the number to use.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. Any other roundtable?
There's some people.
Oh, sorry, Richard. You just blended in over there.
Well, I was blending in with the wall for a while, but I'm gonna sign in.
Be a chair.
Don had a question on the payment interest bond.
Yeah, this is a bond. I've never dealt with any bonds at all, other than the first one we got set up for the jail, Richard, but I guess I don't follow completely at this. You know, it starts out $400,000, the first year interest is $8,800, which is 2%. And as the principal comes down, the interest payment goes up, or it doesn't last. And I don't understand how it's structured.
The first one wasn't for an entire year.
I'm sorry?
The first isn't for an entire
Well,
year.
I kind of wondered where that date might be. But see, the second payment, even interest is $6,800. So that makes the interest even high, a little lower.
There's not a set interest rate for any one year.
So these
There's 20
figures here can
there are 20
continue.
different years worth of bonds. And there's probably 5 different interest rates
Okay.
associated with it. That comes out to an average of 4.5.
But the principal,
Or
principal amount is all marked zero. I don't know what's paying, I don't know what the payments are each year to tie in what the interest is every year. And then you get down, we got $440,000 in principal, $188,000 interest for the years. You know, that's 30, that interest is pretty expensive.
So the principal amount we're paying this year is $440.
Correct?
That's the only bond we're paying off. All the rest are just interest payments. So next year, this next bond will have whatever value it is.
Correct.
And you have all that in your other information.
420,000 or whatever it may be.
It's probably more.
But the interest is 6,800 that second year.
Okay, it's less.
And see, it continues to
We'll
go
with less
down
because,
until the last 7 years, the interest jumps up to a very high amount
Right.
based on low dollars.
the first year, because we didn't have the full year's worth of interest, they issue more bonds, so we can keep the interest in generally the same ballpark. Because they're trying to make, the whole idea is to make the interest and bond payment throughout the 20 years similar.
Similar.
And so the first year, the 440, whereas next year it might only be 380.
You get down to the last 2 or 3 years where
There's a whole lot of bond in those. Because there's no other interest to pay on the others.
so you don't have a lot of principal to pay the last 2 or 3 years left. Although the interest jumps up to $13,000 a year.
There is more interest or more
Even though
bond
there's
to
no
pay.
principal to pay, or very little. Principal's getting pretty low the last few years.
Those bonds still have the same principal they had in year one. Hang on, I'll tell you what they are. I'm not leaving you with my money.
But we can do it all and bring it back next week. I don't understand how it's, how the spreadsheet works. Am I missing a vote on it?
Well, I don't understand it either, Dawn, so, how it all works, but you still have the same amount to the end, is that what it is?
But at the end of it, your principal gets less every year as you pay it all. And yet the interest the last 5 years jumped up to $13,000 a year, which is, the principal's almost down to $13,000 probably.
I think it'll average out though.
Pardon?
I think it'll average out.
It's not necessarily for that term, it's for the whole thing divided, is that? or you say
Each
the
bond has
interest-
its own interest rate every year. And then each year we pay off one bond. So 2023 has a principal amount of $410,000. Although I think that's at 440, doesn't it?
Starts out at $440.
And then they go down and then back up. So 325, 340, 360, 375 to 705 in the last year.
What's the bond dollars last year?
705,000. Year before, 675, 650, 625.
Even though the total bonds for the whole project's 440?
There's 10 million for the whole thing.
Okay, so this is a jail deal.
Mhm.
Why don't we start out at 10 million to be working down instead of 440?
Because that's what we're paying off is 440. That's what that payment is. That's all this is. I'm telling you how much I paid. Where the first payment that we made in August,
I was
that's what we
wondering
just
what this
paid.
is tied to.
February is interest only. We make one bond payment every year.
Yeah,
That's
I
how the
realize.
bonds work. And so each year, one bond series expires.
Okay.
I didn't realize this was a jail, although I couldn't identify what it's to. So this is a jail.
Mhm.
The $10 million, but the principal, that first payment year is 440. Plus 80. Okay. And the interest is based probably just on that 440, isn't it? 2%? It's
Every year. Every bond, every year has interest.
every bond, but we just got one bond.
For this year.
To start with.
But we're paying issue on 20 bonds. Paying interest on.
20 years.
Every year has a bond that goes with it.
That's the way.
That's the only way it works to make local financing more expensive than the bonds. The bond people got together and said, hey, we can't do this the way we always do it, issue $20 million that are due in 1 year. So they have serial bonds, which every year has a small amount due out of the total.
But you're calling a bond this year, next year there's a different bond?
Mhm.
So
We
you,
have-
in this structure, there's 20
There are 20 different bonds.
different bonds,
Well,
even
there's
though.
20 series, and each bond has several within it.
But this is each series of the year.
I'm not sure it's soaking in.
Every year, you can consider every year being a bond issue. We have
Well, I
20,
understand that.
we have 20
But
bond
you're-
issues.
every year we got a set, altogether different bond.
Yes, that we're gonna pay off.
Okay.
It's not a fixed amount through the whole thing.
Okay.
Because the early years, interest is, whatever they paid, is gonna come out to the standard rate. You know, if the going rate is 3%, and the bond is priced at 100, and the bond interest rate that we're paying is 4.25, then they paid more than the 100 to get that 4.25 rate. Go back to bonds. Price goes up, yield comes down. So I paid more money, but I'm still getting 3%.
I understand a little better.
But every year has a different issue, bond issue.
So there's a different payment every year because of the unknown that.
Like I said, certain years had higher interest rates than others.
I guess I didn't realize it was gonna be, there would be a different interest rate.
Yeah, it was a complicated mess. Like I said, there's no 2 years that have the same amount of bond issue. It keeps going up because we're basically paying interest on everything, but then now we don't have to pay this first year interest, so we're keeping the money similar. It's not the same. It's not gonna be 1.5 million to pay for it all, but give or take 1.35 to 1.55. And then when somebody falls off, then we can issue more bonds and pay those off. And that's what happened. So that's why as we go forward, there's more due every year.
And the total interest there is listed as, I think it's 188. Is that the total interest for
All of them.
For all of them?
Because everybody, you want your money on the bonds you bought, you want your bond money, everybody wants to
So
get paid.
that is the total interest on the 10 million bond for the length of the term.
Mhm.
So that interest rate isn't all that high on it.
4 and change,
I'm sorry,
4.25.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's what we seen here several months ago. Appreciate your information, Richard.
Thank you, Richard.
Hope it's
Actually,
clearer than mine.
understood it better than I thought I did, because that was the,
Mhm.
but I just
Yeah.
couldn't explain it as well as you.
right.
So thanks, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Oh, Amber's hiding
Back here.
behind Bobby.
You guys got a quick second. I know it's almost lunch. I've had 2 schools recently reach out to me asking about money for new school buses because, we have agreements with each of the school districts that they will evacuate the kids for Wolf Creek events. And so they need to make sure that they have enough buses and bus capacity for the school children. But never have I ever came up across anything that said that we should be paying for extra school buses should they need them to evacuate their own kids. But I've had 2 school districts now ask me, and of course it starts out the same way, the county has so much money, can we get some money for our buses? And so I thought I'd start up here first and see what you guys were thinking. We have agreements that they will evacuate the school, evacuate the children, take care of the children, and that they would come back and that we could use their buses and their drivers for evacuating the public or the private daycares and preschools and stuff. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about we will pay you for buses that you have to evacuate the school kids. I really don't know if they normally have to have enough buses to evacuate their children at all times or not. I don't believe so. I know 244 has the highest amount of children, and so if they needed to evacuate all those kids somewhere else, they have to have more buses than their regular route buses. You know what I mean? Like, their regular route buses for everyday use wouldn't cover, I don't believe, what the population of the kids.
They'd be calling them mutual aid from other school districts, or
Yes.
from other bus owners.
Yes. Now, that was my point, is if something's happening and it's affecting Burlington, then it's probably not affecting Lebo or Waverly or Gridley or Leroy, possibly.
Possibly.
There's at least 2 other schools that might not be affected if you're affected. So, seems like we could work that, but I just want to get an answer so I can give to them. But there's never been anything worked in about providing school buses for schools for Wolf Creek.
I would
Now,
be in favor of that.
yeah,
How
I
many
mean,
districts own their own school buses?
just 244.
So I was gonna say that.
Yeah, 240, because the others are private contractors.
Burlington?
But one of those private contractors also approached me and said, you know, this is getting expensive. Buses are getting expensive, and I have to have buses for Wolf Creek, and you have to have buses for the school.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, so I get it.
I don't get it.
I mean, I get it and I don't get it. The first thing they came at me with was radios. Apparently, many years ago, someone made a gentleman's agreement that said, we will put radios in your buses and we will maintain them. Well, I haven't seen any paperwork, and I have 3 signed agreements with the schools and the bus contractors that does not say anything about radios. So I'm working with one of the bus contractors to make sure that they have radios in their buses. But we're actually looking at maybe getting them on our 800 system like we did Highway Department, and we would give them some of our old radios to each of the school districts. So that might take care of the whole radio thing. But I have been approached about, well, when we get new buses, we need new radios. Well, you could take the radio out of the old bus
That's
and
exactly
put it in
right.
there.
Yeah.
But I've since found out that a lot of the buses have went with the radios in them because nobody was really paying attention, and
Nobody ever uses it.
yeah, and
Yeah.
these agreements don't say anything about radios, and it doesn't say anything about buses. But I have to ask, I mean, the one that's asking of me, is there money anywhere for school buses? And I'm not going to say that the school might not come up and talk to you about this too, but I just wanted to kind of get your guys' thought on it and see.
I'm not in favor of it at all.
Right. Now, 244 is an exception where they have more kids than the other 2 schools. The other 2 schools could probably, evacuate their kids with 3 buses. But 244 has this many route buses, and then they actually maintain 2 or 3 extra buses that they don't use. Now, with all the vehicles they have and all the transit things they have and all this stuff, I don't know if they can, I don't know. I don't know the numbers exactly. I haven't crunched them, and I can get with them, but 244 would be the only one that I think has the exception where they do have extra buses And they do keep them just for Wolf Creek, because Wolf Creek asks, can the school safely evacuate all their students? And if they don't have enough buses, then they can't. And that's one of those where I just told you guys, if we can't protect the public, they go after Wolf Creek.
So is there any funding available from any Wolf Creek program?
That's
or
my
anything?
other, so there, we know about this magical pot of money that sits with Wolf Creek. The state utilizes it. They actually have a position at KDM that is funded by this pot of money that Wolf Creek pays for from their nuclear fees. And I don't know if that's something that we can look at. I know a while back when Russell tried to get into that fund, they didn't let him. They didn't let him do it. So, I mean, I can explore that option if it is simply just because of a Wolf Creek event that they have these extra buses. I kind of understand what they're saying.
That
I
was
mean,
my thought.
it's $50,000 to maintain buses, you know, I mean, with all the stuff that goes into them, I mean, it's a lot. So I get it, but I also know I don't have a pot of money sitting around for school buses.
Is Coffee County Transportation involved in the Wolf Creek evacuation?
Yes,
if needed?
yes, they are.
They are, so it's taken into account of their passenger
Their
capability?
buses are only used for the public. We don't normally use them for schools, but that is something that we could. Yes, that's something that we could.
We're already funding
Yep,
that.
Yep. Now, then public transportation will be coming and saying,
Utilize what they have.
yeah, yeah. And I'm not gonna say that it's not a possibility that we don't just, cancel school and then everybody goes home and then their parents have to get them somewhere. That's a high probability, but we have to show that we can protect the public, and that means the schools being able to evacuate the children to one of those reception centers.
Okay.
Wolf Creek, 244 is the only one that has this kind of issue with, we don't have enough buses. Normally,
You said you had 2 districts though.
we have 3.
No,
Oh.
2 that were concerned. I thought.
Oh, yes, the other one just got a new bus and came and registered it, and it was a lot of money, and so he wanted to know how he gets that money back, and I'm like, you have to use that for the school anyways, so it's not,
Yeah,
his buses were not extra, is what I'm gonna say. But, I mean, it doesn't hurt to try.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah, doesn't hurt to ask. Yeah, and his main concern was radios, though, because he said that we initially put in all the radios, and we might have, but that was, I've been here 20 years, and it was before me, so, and
USD 243, I had that, I know.
I know Lebo had once upon a time, because they could talk to the school.
Well,
well,
like 243 have got radios, but they talk to the school, I mean,
Yeah.
they're just,
yeah.
they're
Just route radios.
just route radios.
But according to Tim Syke, we put those in, emergency management put those in, the buses to begin with. That's what him and Russell said. I don't know, I don't have any paperwork on it, and it's not in the agreement, so.
Radios to talk to the county
Yeah,
system?
because before we were 800, we were all on that UHF, VHF.
Yeah.
We could, if we were close enough to them, talk to them with handhelds and stuff. But because we're far away, we can hear Burlington, and we can actually talk to Burlington School District, because they're running off our
They're on
our
repeater.
tower. Yeah, they're on our repeater out here. And we have a base station just for the schools and road and bridge down in the EOC, just for that reason. And we maintain that. It has nothing to do with school, that's ours. But there's nothing in these agreements that say we will give you radios and we will repair your radios and we will buy you new ones when you get a new bus. It doesn't say that. So that new bus that came in, I paid for the installation of the radio out of an old bus, out of my budget. I was fine with that. But if this is gonna turn into a thing, then I just wanted you guys to be aware of what it is. So.
Has 245 talked to you, or do you even want to answer them?
Oh, no.
They haven't talked to you.
No, and I've been in talks with Kim Byer about everything, and Matt Thompson. They got enough buses, and they don't have enough radios. I know that, but
They've got the buses there clear.
yeah. So they could use the buses from Gridley for Leroy, because Gridley is outside the 10 mile, so they're, most likely, they wouldn't be evacuated should something happen. Depends on which way the wind's blowing. So, I like your idea about if something's affecting this side has buses that can come.
The exercise 3 years ago got Gridley School involved in it.
Yes.
Because that big
Yep.
semi that wrecked that had dynamite on was within a quarter mile of that
Yeah.
school.
Yeah, it did. I don't think they realized that when they did that.
I guarantee you, they didn't realize that school was sitting in about 5 blocks.
Right, yeah, yep. So, I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. I mean, there's no pot of money for school buses anywhere, is there?
I haven't seen a secret account number yet.
Okay. Nothing, Angie?
Go ahead, Angie.
No, school bus, no, nothing. Okay, that's what I wanted to bring up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll break for lunch, come back at 1. Or we wanna go through roundtable? We can do roundtable after 1 o'clock. We've got a lot of checks and vouchers to sign, or we can work through it.
Sure, how short break would be some sort of thing.
Come back at 1 o'clock. Come back at 1.
Leave at 12:09.
Leave at 12:09.
Alarms on it, I mean, just over a freaking Ivy Road.
Really think there's any of that kind of stuff, huh?
1 o'clock, we're back. Steve, do you have any roundtable stuff today?
I do not.
Don, do you have any roundtable?
Now, my 2 deals been covered, so.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir, I'm good.
Mr. Huguet?
I think mine was covered when Wade brought up his portion of the round table about the parking lot. I'd still like to entertain the thought of, some sort of, really wouldn't call it a handicap ramp, but yeah, you gotta put one in when it enters the street. On that end of the parking lot, on that side of the street, to get people across the street from that parking lot safely, and it's not detrimental to be done right away, but before everybody has to start parking over there, I think it probably ought to be done. Because the city, I told them we can get it done one form or another, somehow, some way. But, so they're ordering one of the flashing lights where you can walk up, push a button. It's run off solar power. You know, they don't, it's a new thing anymore.
And you estimated the cost on that was gonna be what?
I just looked at it and said, heck, you should be able to do it for less than $5,000. That's a guess, just by the, I didn't measure anything, and I mean, you're tearing out 10 feet of curb and pouring maybe 100 square foot sidewalk.
I think it'd be a good idea, Tom, I agree with you on it, you know, make everybody come all the way around, especially.
Yeah, just
if
for
they're going
safety,
over
for
here.
safety issue.
Yeah, you know, there'll be some people growl that we're putting in another spot to make people stop, but I just think it'd sure provide a lot better access over there.
We got 6 handicap spots, but you never know, with this many parking spots, you might need more.
Well, it's not a handicap spot, it's just a crossing.
Right,
It's a-
crossing.
It's a pedestrian crossing.
I knew it was a crossing.
I shouldn't call it a handicap crossing, because it's really not, it's just a pedestrian crossing. When you do a pedestrian crossing, it has to be ADA compliant.
For wheelchairs and so forth.
Yeah, so, when Mark Smith and I was talking to, or not Mark Smith, Mark Davison with the street, you know, somebody did come down the sidewalk from east or whatever in a wheelchair, they can cross there to get over to the school. I mean, it's just another avenue.
I think that's good.
I think it'd be good. I think Barb's still working on trying to get the, I'll call it a retainer wall, if you will, from the edge of this entrance over to the corner of the building. Something, that waterproofing membrane, they brought it up there so high, and the ground's just so uneven. I really think if we put could be any kind of, I mean, just the landscape blocking or whatever, up so high, and you can put have decorative rock put in there, and then you can bring dirt up to wherever you get positive drainage, and that may help the situation in the health department.
Slope that away from there a little
Yeah, I mean, 'cause if you look at this entrance over here, sidewalk leading out to the sidewalk that runs north, I mean, the ground slopes off right, quite nice, but then you go north of that, everything just slopes right to those two windows.
Right.
Yeah, we gotta get positive flow away from the courthouse.
Yeah,
Yeah, cause it's really,
and that needs to be done, and Wade and I talked about that, needs to be done before the irrigation system can be put in, so. We're supposed to be contacting the people to get that pricing done.
So back on the crossing, here at the west end of the courthouse, do we need this bids, or is this something called Burlington, Construction and have them do it?
Well, me being a commissioner and basically the president, I mean, I have Jeremy price it, I mean, that's off the top of my head. I mean,
It's gonna be less than 10 of it, Tom.
be less than 5 probably.
Yeah.
You got Miller over there,
Wouldn't even.
Levo, I don't know. You know, I don't wanna exclude anybody that's in the county. Miller's the only other one I know in the county.
Wait to do a $5,000 little wheelchair accessible crossing over here at the corner. Do we need to go put bids or just get Burlington Construction? That's done all the guttering around the courthouse with Kilo to do it. Looking at probably under $5,000.
I think at least having a plan up front, like a design up front just to go with it, so. And then you can make a decision based off of that plan. Does that make sense?
Like what kind of a plan?
Just
A drawing?
a drawing, a schematic, then you're making you're voting and putting a motion together based on that drawing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, have an image kind of, you might say, of what we're.
Okay. Do you have any more roundtable stuff?
No, not, I did want to, this is the 100 and however many page document, and as you can see, if you print it off, can you see what that, you can read what any of
Oh,
that is?
I know.
I didn't take long.
Maybe Don can.
My eyesight ain't that good with glasses.
I couldn't
It's
read
tiny.
the numbers in that deal we were looking at in this morning, so I don't need to look at that.
And they could take our glasses off to read them, go out and work.
I've got decent eyesight, and if you want me to. So,
Even on my computer, and I got a fairly good screen, I had to blow some of it up.
Yeah.
Because I've been looking at like elevations back over here and the elevation of the new building versus the old building and all like that, just to see what's gonna happen back there. And if you wanna go any further, it's 100 and some odd pages long, and you gotta, to know which page you're on, it's all in the bottom right-hand corner of what page that is, so then you gotta scroll over there, scroll back up.
Yep.
Kara's making us, what, is it about this size, I think?
maybe a little bigger, and then there's one that got printed off that's,
2 foot by 3 foot?
yep,
There's one of them right there.
yeah. And they were working on that today, apparently they have to hand cut some of it because it's too big to go on the,
Wow.
Oh, okay.
On the paper cutter?
the paper cutter.
Yeah, I have the ability on my plotter to make them, that one other size, I can't remember what that is, 18 by 24, whatever. The only way to do that is to print them off, and you gotta go cut each one out, and so that's why all mine are 24 by 36.
Mine, it's a big waste of money, cause it's over $30 million, so we're wasting more money on paper.
Cut you another tree, didn't you?
I think it'll be important at least to have an idea. For example, what I'm looking at right now is the plumbing underground. And the underground plumbing is something the city needs to be involved in, so they have an idea, because they're gonna be the one who's probably gonna be responsible for maintaining the integrity of the water that ends up coming to the courthouse. So having everything in place ahead of time so that there are no issues. This looks like a map of big city trying to get around. Same thing with the electrical.
That one's like,
Spaghetti.
it's like a eastern state road map. And there's a lot of roads in this eastern state.
So those are things that maybe we could be proactive about getting the city involved in, so they can at least have an idea ahead of time what it's gonna look like, and if they have any comments or questions or concerns that need to be addressed, then we get it addressed before the plans get finalized. Then have to go back and, as I mentioned, change order 1 through 7, that has to do with how the water's run, that could have been addressed ahead of time.
Could not agree more.
There's something else to Here's one with the stormwater. One of the plans, if I had a way to bring it up. So the site plan, one thing that I want, maybe the easiest way to do is just take a Xerox copy of this one page, just to show you. It needs a discussion. You probably know what I'm talking about, Tom. If you have just a minute, I'll make a copy and bring it right back.
Yeah, we're here signing checks about you.
Oh, can I go through here?
Yeah.
Angie?
You have round table, Angie?
I do.
Okay.
I only have one thing.
One thing.
I got a call from an extension board member, asking about providing health insurance to their one office professional. I think the extension agents are covered under K-State, but their office professional that they're looking to hire, I think if you guys are aware, we hired theirs in the appraiser's office. And so one of the things that when they're hiring, the people are asking is, what about health insurance and things like that? And I guess the position either hasn't had it before or something. So the board member was asking if there was any way the county would consider placing this person on our county health insurance.
Do we have anybody up there now that's under our health plan?
But they're covered by K-State.
Not K-State.
Well, that's what I think, all of them. Why wouldn't this person?
I don't know.
They're gonna be employed by us, this person is, correct?
Coffee County Extension, yeah.
So,
They're employed through the extension office, but they're not an agent. They're just an office professional.
Which doesn't get the same benefits as the agent.
Right.
so
I
who
think,
pays that position then?
Who pays it for it?
Is it a new position, maybe?
no. They've always had this position, but I don't know that they've provided health insurance.
That'd be a question.
But even though we help the extension service, does K-State pay for that position?
I would assume, because we don't.
I say whoever's paying the wage for that individual pays the health
I
insurance.
think so. I don't know how we could jump into it.
You can't
That
turn
opens
the
up
point.
the
So
door
it's
for,
paid, so that position is paid through K-State?
I assume, yeah, because we don't pay the person here.
You, I don't see how we could be involved in furnishing insurance.
I'll call back and try to get some more information from her then.
Yeah, I didn't, they called and asked me who to get a hold of, and I referred it to you. Angie and I
mean, I don't know.
thought this person was gonna be a county employee.
Oh, no. I mean, they'll work for Coffee County Extension, but,
That's through K-State.
yeah.
I wouldn't think we could even think about getting involved in it. That may open up some other doors,
Yeah,
other issues.
that wasn't how I took it from them. I'm not arguing with that. I'm sure that's correct.
Yeah. Well, I can call back and talk to her again and see.
That's still pretty tiny, I'm kidding.
It is pretty tiny.
So I figured we could get rid of the special issues first and then move on to the other.
Other stuff this week? I got it.
That's all I have today.
Oh, you got today?
One more discovery sounds like would be helpful, I guess.
Yep.
If they, I know they lost Lauren, but if they
Yeah.
paid her to begin with,
They paid her, yeah, but I don't know,
that she had help.
they didn't have.
Try to I'd like to try to understand it a little better, man.
Okay. And if nothing else, maybe she could come and visit with you guys here.
That would be,
I do need to mention during the scorching, hell week with the heat, there was an issue in the jail with, the cells being a lot warmer than they probably should be. This brought to my attention, the jail reached out to me in the middle of the night. Got things moving the next morning, and my understanding is one of the handlers above the jail has to be replaced, so that should be either completed or in process of being completed, but it's one of those things, it can't wait, so it had to be done. I think it was between 80 and 85 degrees in parts of the jail.
No warm.
Yeah. If that bill comes through and I'm not here, I've not seen it yet, I'll make a note so you can, hopefully it'll be identified, so when it does come in, you can see that, but I just wanted to mention that while I was thinking about it.
You know, this picture you just gave to us, it looks like they're definitely gonna be able to maintain that north 2 lines of parking, plus parking on the west side. That's 33 parking places. There at one time we didn't think we was gonna have, especially that 21 to the north.
So for consideration, if you look, let me see if it comes through on, the outer boundary, even on the outside of the shaded gray area, 2 lines over, and Tom will know what I'm talking about, that I believe is the property line, right?
Oh, yes.
And Tom and I,
Right.
he showed me where the pins are currently in the concrete that match up with those property lines. So at some point in time.
I highlighted mine in pink.
Yeah. At some point in time, that discussion will probably need to take place with the.
And that's on the school, is that right?
Yep.
That's where the school parking is.
School parking and then the non-official road.
Yeah.
That's right out here to the west, or to the south, sorry. So, one of the features I just want you to pay attention to and be thinking of is where the new parking lot will be that is immediately adjacent or to the north of what will eventually be the new jail structure. And then the current walkway walking in from west to east. So right now, whoever comes in to make a delivery of any kind or whatever it may be is able to back through and go basically directly up to the door. the question is, and Tom knows where I'm going with this, is that current, I guess not current, the anticipated or proposed island, then you back in and around,
Mhm.
and is that feasible? Do you know
Take
where
the
I'm at?
island
This
out.
deal right here.
Yes, there's a layback curb in there they've got, so that evidently the delivery vehicle comes in here and backs up like that.
I say take the greenery out.
The what?
Take the greenery out,
There is none.
right there. I say take that out.
Oh. You're talking about this island here, Willie.
I see, to make
Taking
sure
that
down
out.
there.
Give you more room to swing in.
Yeah.
Yeah, see I hate those, being a truck driver, I hate those
Well,
kind of islands they build that
one-
don't.
Once again, you're gonna be mowing it, and if a rock comes out from underneath the lawnmower and hits somebody's car that's parked beside it,
They've got that, by the ledger anyway, that's all concrete.
oh, that's all concrete?
That pink line you got going south, Tom, is that only about 10
This
foot
one?
wide?
This one?
Yeah. It's about the same width as a parking space looks like.
While you're talking about that, I think I can get a big map so we can see the bigger map, but I want you to be thinking about that, because that's one of the things that will have to be talked about and discussed ahead of time, and hopefully when they have the virtual rendering where you can just walk through from the outside and it's like you're walking around, that's an area because
Not sure, see that island gone, had opened that whole access up, anything happened to get in there.
I just think it's something, if we don't talk about it right now, it may become an issue later on down the road. And if you have to back down and go,
Well, they're gonna
somebody's
be,
gonna run into the building, or who knows what's gonna
they're
happen.
gonna be trying to back up and hitting that
Yep.
with the tire,
It's not a
steer
good
tire backing in there with a, even like UPS van. There'd be no excess room to pull up there, and it serves no purpose to me.
Yeah. And having that access right now, if you're here during the day, that's a main hub for travel, for
I mean, that should,
different providers.
in my point, that should be asphalted or whatever and have yellow striping on it, so nobody parks there.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom, you said where immediately, if you're going down that path and it's to the east, those are bumper walls, or?
They're called bollards, they're just metal pipes, concrete filled metal pipes, so you can't, you're setting it up so you can't pull in and drive down over here. All they're allowing you to do is come back this way.
Keeps you out of where you don't belong.
Mm-hmm.
3 bollards here, so you
I'm gonna
can't
get a
really
big
drive
one.
down
I'll
this
be right
way.
back.
You got an annular exit here. So when you look at the ledger, like I say, it's not, the darker gray, if you will, is all asphalt,
Mm-hmm.
and then the lighter gray is all concrete. Or not even gray, it's like a off-white, like right here.
So this,
All this is concrete,
uh,
all this is concrete.
so this right here, Tom, this is where they would enter, if they was making a delivery, right for that.
Yeah, they're gonna come right through here, pull in here, back up through here. It's the same,
But where would the opening be, where they're coming in?
it's all
But I mean, into the building or whatever.
same place it is, right there.
Yeah, okay.
That's that walkway.
That's what we had
When you
now.
come in from the west, that's where
Okay,
you walk out.
okay.
There's your flower bed, there's a bollards, there's a lay down curve. So like I say, the delivery vehicle just going back
Okay.
up to this spot. Right now, those delivery vehicles park here,
Mhm.
and handicaps like right over here. So that handicap thing there is going away. There'll be no greenery to this, other than Barbie probably in this country, I think. There it is.
So, still pretty small if you want, you have to look at there, but that may help to.
I kinda got this kinda figured out with Tom pointing to me, so you guys look at that.
So they're coming through here, pulling up here and backing down through here, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that little
Okay.
area there is a lay down curb
Yeah,
to where a vehicle can drive through there.
okay,
Then off, right here is 3 bollards,
yes.
pipes, so they can't, when they leave this area, they
Can't go,
can't go straight, they gotta go exit.
But that last 40 or 50 feet there is probably not over 12 foot wide, because these are 10.
If you look at
You
this
get
here,
much-
that's
I'm sorry.
about 22.
Yeah, but you got this gap here to go to.
No, that's why I wanted to bring it up. I'm not sure what that is. So,
If this is a roadway, that's only probably 12 foot wide, which there's a door there to get into the jail.
A little wider than the parking space. It's
Yeah.
like, maybe it's 14 or something, 15.
And it's a size traffic.
So
All
then if
that
you look,
is, it'd be a pain backing off the street right out here into that alleyway, into that parking lot.
Yeah.
so the other place to be thinking about is at the very, south end of the building.
Mm-hmm.
And where that island is, and then as it attaches to the existing structure, and getting around in there, and if the sheriff's already mentioned it, you have to have something delivered there. It looks like that's pretty tight quarters. Now, I don't drive box trucks or semis or any of those kind of trucks. I've driven a U-Haul before, which does not make me an expert, but you guys would know.
It's not semi truck territory in
Yeah.
there, definitely. I can't.
box truck and wood,
I would think it would.
Just navigating through there, let's say there's, one of those places is potentially gonna have to be a delivery area if you have a bunch of paper, if you have something large, because right now they can't just once this is done, they can't just back up to the door like they can now, unless you utilize the east doors. But if you utilize the east doors, then you have our security structure. So I'm just,
So Tom, what is this? This is where he's talking about, right? Getting in there for delivery on the south side. Is that right?
yes, so
That's just an island, or, and see, that's where, and I don't remember the exact elevation, they're calling the elevation of this floor of the new building and the elevation of the existing building being the same. When you look out there in the parking lot.
Yeah, there ain't no way it's the same, they've got to be cut down a lot.
Well, I mean, in the end, they want it the same, so that's where I'm saying I'm having a hard time seeing what's happening back here
Mm-hmm.
and here.
But I mean, like, it's concerned that it's tight to get in there. What is the purpose of this island here?
power generators or boxes of some sort that sit in the middle of that island, if I understand right.
Okay,
Is that what
you know, if that could be.
Yeah, I haven't seen that drawing yet.
If that could be shaved off a little bit off of them corners, that's where you get in trouble.
Is that where that backup generator you're talking about down set?
I thought there was something to do with power that was.
Transformer?
I mean, maybe they need all the room that's there, but you know, if you take anything off of them corners, it's.
Only people that's gonna be using this, isn't that the sheriff's bringing officers in, or bringing inmates in to they'll unload right there?
Yeah, I'm talking about this area right here. That's what I think he's talking about.
Well, so.
Over here is where you're talking about.
Yes, so.
Yep.
If you look, right here is the existing salad port.
Uh-huh.
And the idea would be, this is something the sheriff had talked about, was putting some sort of small garage door or something like that
available for, they're gonna have to have food deliveries, they're gonna have to have different
Yeah,
types of deliveries, and then an area where it can sit and wait, so then it can be pulled into the, so whoever's delivering food or whatever the items might be, and it may be for
Right.
not only the jail, but for different areas. of
Yeah, I
town.
understand your need, but what I'm saying is, any of these sharp corners, the more these can be rounded, as far as a concern, you know, anything can be shaved off of there, or off of here.
Right.
That's what makes it where you can,
Or can they,
Sure, makes sense.
can they just be eliminated though?
That's what I don't.
What's wrong with eliminating that?
That's what depends on if they need it for electrical service or something.
We got an island out here too.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I wanted you,
I mean, I
you
don't,
each to be aware ahead of time, so when the conversation came up and you're just handed a copy of the design, and they're like, do you like it or do you not? These are the kind of,
yeah.
the type of analysis you need to go through,
Well,
so that you can say, well, why do we have this here? What's
yeah.
the point? Can it be adjusted?
But where that, this entire area here is concrete. Right up to your existing concrete. And so the other discussion we had was this concrete that we come from the west as it is,
Wait,
walk
what's-
up
what's-
west doors.
This is here,
Concrete,
It's not
It's
showing
concrete,
being
and so
replaced.
concrete, so
But it's
this will
pretty
be the solid
dilapidated.
port where
The
they
driveway.
go.
okay,
Right.
this is where they're coming at right here.
Right.
Yep. And then when
Well,
they'll
one thing
unload
about
here,
it,
and
that's
it'll be
concerned
looking
about
like-
getting in here with this
So this is just
bigger
concrete,
truck.
that's
This
just
is all
putting
gonna
the,
be concrete.
okay.
And it's this, I mean, it's gonna have to be rolled inside where you're delivering in. Now, it could be dropped out here if it has to, and take in a little further, but, you know, it ought to be able to back her down there would be ideal, you know.
I'm assuming that's why they got that lay down curve,
Uh-huh.
or no other reason why you wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these concrete islands sticking out, like here in that parking place, reminds me of driving to Nebraska, and they got a turn lane, and they gotta put a concrete curb out there for everybody to hit when the snow's on them, like you guys don't know how to paint yellow lines, you know, what's the idea of having something out there for everybody to bend their wheels on, you know?
That's pretty on paper.
It's kinda like when they put that mini island or wing up at the Dollar Tree, and then you drive by and you see people high centered on it because they back up or back into it, and then they just be stuck.
You would
I started-
believe, I had like 3 or 4 people call my office, didn't you put that concrete in, you do all the concrete down? Nope, I didn't.
Well,
Not
then
my deal.
Then they put a rock there, or they put a sign there, and they ran over the sign, or the pole, they finally took the thing out, didn't they?
Yeah, they cut it out.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It was.
So we wanna know about things like that before it happens, because people will back into it. You can't
Yeah,
fix everything, but
make it as easy as we can, I mean.
needs to be user friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why I was trying to decide or determine what exactly is going on the south end of this, because when you look at the south end of the existing, you know. comes
Yeah,
down-
that drops way down from that street there.
Yeah, and so they're saying, bring that bigger drawing over, that says,
Well, you hear the
Page
invoice for the
4.
sheriff's department of
proposed building is 1035.
11,4. It's for server records maintenance
It's
for
showing
1
that
year.
they're showing exactly.
Is this something new? I don't remember seeing that before. I'm not saying it's not new,
No.
What's
So what
gonna happen out
It
there?
looks like
What it
some
looks like
type of
here, what's it gonna look
but
like?
a maintenance
here?
agreement,
Here.
maintain records.
Yeah, that could be an issue, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Almost looks
I
like
don't
it's an annual maintenance.
Maybe not, but they got it resolved.
I don't know.
Is that start to October, or whether that's
Never
something,
thought about that.
something new or something we've already had in place in the years
It's
before?
way higher out there, when you walk out of there and go up that.
I don't have a good answer, other than I know Sheriff's Department especially has a certain requirement for maintaining their records. And yes, this may just be who that provider is.
Yeah, it looks like we've done it before, since it don't start cotton over, so.
Oh, sometimes they just stick together.
Yeah. I think Steve's pulled it out of his drawer.
No,
He's hiding it over there.
no, I found it's, but I just missed one too, so. That was,
And you, just as far as the drawing for that,
Everything here does go in the yellow folder.
So I don't get it separated.
as far as the drawing for that over there, I'm not quite sure how to accomplish that. I'm good at drawing stick figures.
Yeah, me too.
Make a box, but the lines aren't gonna be even.
And then there's people who can draw incredible.
My wife and my mother can draw very well.
And I'm in awe.
Me, not.
I could probably do some sort of a cutout on a KDOT drawing, I guess. But all we'd be replacing is, like I say, 10-foot of curb. And the reason you gotta do that is to create that lay down piece, which I said, like I said, I tried to get that accomplished prior to, before they even poured concrete, I had to walk through with line, and I didn't get nowhere. Because, everybody was, the city was wanting, oh, replace this 10 feet, and it was starting to pile up on him, the extra curb replacement, or the extra this, or the extra that.
One of the places on this map that this angled parking just to the north of the jail, that still hasn't been done, is do you maybe consider leaving the line of trees that are there right now? Take that out of the project, and that it may not save a whole lot, but
It'll say something, but also by the same token is, when we come up from the west, from the parking lot we have now, up to the west doors, that concrete there, between her flower bed and the jail, is pretty dilapidated. It's not showing replacement, and it probably ought to be, because you're just prolonging the inevitable.
you're talking about this area right in here?
Yes, sir.
Going all the way back?
Comes up to the west doors of
Yeah.
where we enter here. When you look on this-
Breaks the cold patch in and smash it around in there.
Yeah. Again, you're still on.
Get killed with the replace it, and we broke it up.
It'd be one of those deals, I mean, I don't know if you guys do, but I hear a lot of people saying, man, that looks nice around the courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if we only replaced a piece of sidewalk here and a piece of sidewalk there. I mean, it looks like a nice, clean
Oh, it looks so much
project.
better than it did before.
I think, replacing that piece of concrete would be, and
Some said nobody would utilize that angled parking in front of the elementary school, and you drive by there every day. It's if they're smart, they park there because there's shade,
There's shade there.
right?
Yeah, I think Martin Davidson and I had that discussion that, man, just, I don't know if they'll ever use that. Heck, he was surprised as I was there 30 years, man, that thing's always full. Yeah. Which is good. Actually, there's, even out here on the east side, I see public really utilizing all of it. I mean, it's,
On the east side even, there, middle
Yeah.
of the street, yeah.
I only brought it up so you could just be thinking about it when the time comes.
yeah, I say on the south side of there, if you could eliminate those islands, if there's nothing, no particular reason for them, it might be quite advantageous.
Absolutely. IRS wants the money.
Give them a chance to look for this.
No, go ahead, roll on. Book there too. I'm just scanning through the check, so get too long and crazy. Hospital board checks in here. For hospital checks in here.
See, this is that farm, I hate to take out that good farm.
Yeah, she does a lot of work.
But this is why, here's why it's getting a person.
Take that out.
Cause this is just, well, only reason that there is for the handicap parking there for 2 cars.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure, I can't. Right. That's why it's that out all the way down.
I'll take that out of there.
Yeah.
Well, you can just back to the,
Yeah, well,
Okay.
you could pull in, it's much easier to back
Yeah.
out. It's probably easier to back in than, I think I'd rather back in
I'd rather back in.
than pull out. I'm gonna look at that one and leave and see what that,
See if this could be taken out down
I
here.
think that thing out.
I mean, unless
Unless
that's
there's
what, unless they've got generators or. Cause that would open that space up all the way, but.
You get your dog back? No, not yet.
Whoops, I missed one. Sure didn't see 2 of them.
No, this was just a. Oh,
Pull them off and stuck together. Everything there was this one, so.
okay.
Did you sign these already? Do you guys need your tablets anymore? If not, I'll put them up.
I shut mine off.
Okay.
You take it.
Go charge them
I'm
up.
gonna shut them off.
Sure.
Be doing as far as that.
Those off.
Okay. Thank you.
went to Kentucky.
Don't we have to approve overnight?
I don't know what it entails, what it was for. I mean, I know it was the company, but I don't know any. Other than he did put it that way. Here's all that. How many boxes of checks we go through here, son?
Several.
That's 1.8 million right here.
Six here, Becky left on what you used to do. And I don't want to make her go.
No.
I think you ought to. If you would take. Truck, a small truck to get in there for you.
Pretty easy. Doesn't even give anything up.
With
I know it.
Oh, man, get up that far, but.
Yeah.
What about that nappy?
I could use those.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna have it. On the west side, that's not.
Nappy or 5-hour fire energy drink.
It's going to be covered.
West side of the jail?
Well,
Or the west side, yeah.
coming in here.
Do you like those better? than
The 5-hour energy, the 5-hour shot balls, yeah.
Than an energy drink?
I think they're shutting this down.
Than a regular energy drink?
Yeah, energy drink crashes.
The fire brigade would be,
Yeah, oh, that crash bad on them.
Nobody's gonna see that.
I was gonna see her, it's like, I guess it's, and she does all the time.
Start building the hair on the back of your neck, stand up, it's time to go.
Let's go, truck.
Make hay when the sun shines.
You used to live with pineapples still, right?
Yep. Miss anything? No, everybody's ready for a nap. We got,
Just 'cause I suggested it?
yep.
Wow. You should do it.
Well, I got everything done over lunch hour I wanted to, except for getting a nap.
You need to get your priorities straight.
I know.
Nap first, work later.
Yeah, exactly.
Angie, here's a voucher to River City for 318.
Yeah.
That finalize that, or are we still sitting on 10%?
I'm not exactly sure if it finalizes it, but I know it's the third payment, and I think final. I mean, I don't know if there's still the 10% is the only thing.
Yeah, I don't remember what the other vouchers were.
I can look them up and tell you.
Yeah, let's see. I'd almost bet the 10%'s in there. I don't know how long we were supposed to sit on that 10%.
Sometimes they sit on it until the grass grows. Yeah. I don't know if they're gonna do that.
Okay, so we paid. That one's 318,657.27. 1504,375. Well, those are purchase change orders. 1228. So we paid $773,181.
Total? We're still over 10%.
Okay.
And there's eight something, wasn't it? 804.3, somewhere in there.
Here's the invoice or voucher for $175,000. GGAPC, is that Goldberg?
Yep.
Here's a voucher, it looks like, you know, it's your office. And it's $600.48 3 times. I'm sure that's correct, but wouldn't that be a duplication by mistake? Would it?
I gotta look at that.
And I haven't looked at the invoices yet. I missed it.
Oh, yeah, that was 3 hotel rooms from this,
I didn't know.
appraiser's office. They borrowed my credit card.
Okay.
So if you look at that right there, they had 3 hotel rooms.
Well, that's when they was doing some training in Dodson.
Yeah.
She said I hadn't looked that far yet.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of unusual to have 3 of the same.
Yeah. There were 3 people that went, and they borrowed my credit card. They didn't, I guess they needed an extra or something because of the cost of the room.
So the question on the jail construction project at Goldberg, what is the $500,000 for? The drawings?
We haven't got to that invoice yet.
Well, yeah, we have.
There's $540,000 to Goldberg.
Well, we had $175,000 for it.
I haven't come across that one.
Well, there's 365.12.
That's what I asked Angie about, that when it goes to GGAPC,
Yeah.
it's $175,133.
But there's 2 vouchers for a grand total of $540,100.
I didn't pick the other one up.
It's probably a different invoice. There's probably another voucher,
Oh, okay.
which I'm surprised it didn't come on the same one, but.
But my question is, what is it for, I guess? Invoice, oh, yeah, vendor, where do I look? 540-145.
Check number 103035 up in the right.
103.
Oh,
We're right here then.
Is that part, if I understood Larry right, it say something, you know, they don't get that jail down below 30, we're still gonna be responsible for around 1.4 million for everything that's taken place? I think that's what he said the other day, 3 weeks ago. Because we're already writing checks for everything.
So I guess those drawings should all be yours.
Because they're not gonna rebate, that.
Well, you should be able to have all the drawings to give to someone.
I think he made a comment, we go to 1.4.
291 as well.
Yeah, there's a 175, yeah, okay. 175-050. No, this is 175-133.
That's one we just talked about.
I'm just trying to identify.
Are we
what
paying
it's-
it twice? What's the one you just tabbed?
It was,
You got the same amount on that too, that was.
It's 175, 133 something.
Steve's got the date is 100%.
That's the four, it should be,
It's right here.
That's
Oh, it's on there, okay, yeah, that's, yes, it was, I thought you had another voucher.
oh, no, no, no.
Okay, yeah, no, that's.
We haven't found another, this was the one.
Okay, that's just the report, yeah, the voucher's over here.
Okay,
Here's the report.
He's saying more completed this day. Mine's previous payments. Add those two together. Say we've already paid him that, if I'm correct.
So 100%, 293, yeah, so that would be,
Take 1,074,000 right now, up to date.
You're fine.
That's the one. Well, I looked at it. Then I got the fire ticket. I seen it for $35.
And you're 175.
050, yeah. No, this is 175, 133.
This, bill to the vet clinic for a dog for the sheriff's department, is that a dog thing?
It'd be the,
Police dog.
police dog,
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not.
what do they call them, K9?
K9, he's with K9 unit, I think.
Oh, no.
Uh,
175, 133, 69.
I'll let you pick it.
I don't understand where these are coming from. So there was already a voucher come through for what was that?
That was 175.
That was the
Yeah, but that was
report.
in the total package.
It's on the
that
report.
we-
Oh, it was on the report.
Yeah.
It was on the
I think I did say vouchers, but that was in that total
Okay,
report.
okay.
the check register or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, okay, now, I'm trying to make.
I said the wrong thing, if we hadn't seen the voucher yet.
Okay, here's the amount due on second. 365, 12. So why do we have a previous unpaid balance of $247,987 in red? Previous unpaid balance. So if that plus that is equal to 9. But I don't know what the 247 unpaid balance is. In red, but it's not adding up to 247. Well, yeah, they're charging mileage and their meals and everything else to build a $30 million building. That's why I don't understand where the previous balance is coming from.
Look on the previous invoice. See if that's on there too. No, I mean, not that I'm aware of. I don't see anything on an old one, it just shows 160. And no previous unpaid balance, 0.
I'm gonna have Angie ask on that.
Nothing missing.
Detail that sense.
Anything down,
Coffee County District
0. And you said it's how much?
The next page.
247,
20.
987.
Let's see, there's,
Nothing even,
let's see,
and then here.
maybe the 2 3s add up.
It'd be 37, 67.
No, these 2 3s don't add up to that.
No.
See.
Not a big deal, really. Right down
You don't
there.
see anything on 247.
Nothing, no unpaid balance anywhere. Nothing even up in this. Got 25 million, 3.
26, 3.
26, yeah, I can't read
Yeah,
that.
26.
500,
Yeah, 500.
then 1974, whatever,
1974, 528, 21.
25,000, and then negative 22,000. You know, on this one, 131, 287, but it'll be different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that previous is. You wanna call and find out?
he texted me back.
Here's a juvenile that for 1 month cost us $4,650. $150 a day.
Not cheap to house them, is
I'm gonna call Larry.
We had one in Douglas County, is that it?
I'm sorry.
That one was in Douglas County.
Yeah.
I mean,
We had one last month, I think probably the same place. I didn't think it was quite 150, but it may have been.
is that where, I mean, is that where the juveniles go, or someplace else other than?
We can't keep.
We can't keep them.
My understanding, we can't
Okay,
keep.
all right. So with the new facility, will we be able to, or, I mean, I was just curious, it doesn't make any
Can
difference.
we keep juveniles here in our new facility, or they gotta be moved on, I wonder?
They have been moved on.
I think they gotta move on
They gotta
too.
move on, no matter-
We still can't keep juveniles.
Requires a totally separate
Separate.
I thought they said.
Yeah, you-
That's what I thought, we would move them on anyway.
Chips contractual services.
I don't remember it done, but.
$527 through $728.
He's done, Tom. Yeah.
I just thought we were done with that.
I was
Hang it up, Mark.
Well, here.
I'm sorry?
Here. I'm not hanging it up yet.
You can't stand the excitement here, right, Mark?
Yeah, you gotta.
Maybe go take a nap, eh?
Your work's just starting.
Yeah, I got a long trip ahead, or a lot of stuff to do, so.
Sure you do. That's what I tell people when I go take a nap.
I'll work. I'll work on that one.
Yeah.
You looking something up now, Angie?
I'm not at the moment. What do you need?
We got a voucher here a while ago, to be paid on behalf of, District Court, Jamie, but the invoicing part of it doesn't really make sense.
Oh. I didn't hold that.
And I didn't know whether, it's been back now, probably $1,215, $7,400.
That's okay.
The invoice that we received, plus the voucher doesn't look
See, who was
right.
that on?
That was District Court, I forget who it was. It's 7,400, 7,500.
You got to move right along, didn't you?
Well, I aim to. That's for that. You say it was on district court?
Well, it's paid on behalf of District Court.
600?
Yes.
76. Now look at the
Thank you.
detail on the back page.
Briefing of commissioners, water supply.
It starts out with 20, and it's got
Selection committee.
3,000, and then 70, or
Debrief with
Yeah, I think,
None of those figures add up.
Covered entities,
if they deduct it off,
Suffolk County Water District.
and,
But the 2,000-3,000 don't add up to the 70.
no, but they're deducting it off the 20,000. So
Oh,
if
so
you deduct all
pay
that
that
off, would that be the
traffic
balance,
improvement
70,
That was saved in one six.
76, 64, that middle number?
No, I didn't, I ain't got my phone here to do it.
Yeah, if you,
I'm sure that's it.
Why?
it looks like they've already probably sent stuff off for scanning.
You're saying we wrote them a check?
Well, they had a purchase order for 20,000, and then $30 boxes.
No, that's 13,000. Oh. Each one of these is an invoice, correct?
It looks like, yeah, so like we've already maybe paid this and that we owe that, or maybe we still owe those, I don't know, but she might have to pay that amount right now. You want me to get her up here?
I'm not too sure we had not have her up here, because to us, the numbers don't look right.
Yeah, okay, let me go get her.
I'll hold it out this time,
Okay.
Angie.
All right.
I just think this is the property boundaries up there for the house as well. I imagine some of it is, but I can't pinpoint it. I'm asking at the moment.
Okay, well, I'm not sure, yeah, there's a chunk there that I know we should find, for that.
Here's Emily.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, please tell me what you got.
This is right here.
Okay. Do you mind if I
No.
sit here, is that okay?
All right, the invoice is for 76, 64, 78.
Okay.
What does this represent, I guess?
Okay, so when they come over, when Casey and Associates is scheduled, this is something that Jamie, I guess, set up. When they come over, the encumbered funds, that are set aside for this
Okay.
is 20,000, and then when we are pulling from that, we, that's what we're like subtracting that from the total, so it doesn't show the actual total yet.
Okay,
But
so these two invoices have been paid? Is that?
yes, those have been paid.
The only one was this 76, 64, 78. Is that correct?
That's, okay, so what happened, okay, before I realized there was a Casey and Associates encumbered fund set aside, I had actually done just a regular invoice for it, and I sent that to Jessica and realized later that that should not have been applied there, and it had been something that Jamie had started and I had gotten the end part of it. Jessica did a journal entry pulling that from those funds and supposed to be putting it into
And
these
that's
funds.
what
That's what that's supposed to be, from my understanding. See, those two lines there, that first one right there, the invoice,
Right.
CR, that was Jamie. These two are mine. If I did it wrong, please let me know. I'm,
No, we just,
Well, we don't know how
Trying
to
to
tell, we
understand
don't
it?
know how to tell if it's wrong or not.
oh,
Because
okay.
nothing's adding up to the 20.
Okay. Well, no, see, this,
the
the
20 is
total, the total is what we have available, and these are the, what's being paid from that. So we still have, so total here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,000 something, 14,000 would still be,
So we still got
Would be
6 or 7,000 up
yes.
there to use?
yes.
How'd they
Okay.
arrive at the 20?
What's that?
How'd they arrive at the 20 to start with?
Honestly, I'm not sure how. These are encumbered funds that they had set aside, December 16th of 2022. I could go get everything, that's when they were encumbered from funds last year.
Maybe they just did an estimate of 20,000
Yeah.
and then
What do you
left.
mean by encumbered?
So it's my understanding that the encumbered funds coming from previous years, we were allowed, I don't know what they chose to do or why they chose to do that, but encumbered funds from the previous year's budget.
It's basically
Just set it aside.
set aside for a particular vendor. It has to be specified which vendor those monies
Yeah.
are supposed to go to.
so the 20,000 was just a prepaid, or,
It almost looks like they're setting it up as we prepay already.
That's basically what it is. You just set it off to the side out of your budget.
Yeah.
Basically.
So we still got a balance of about 6,000 to pay, or to pay when we get the,
That's still sitting
when we
aside. I
buy
don't know.
something.
Yeah, I don't know how that honestly all works. I'm still figuring that out. It's just my understanding that there were some encumbered funds set aside, like we've got one set aside for the remodel, for new equipment, new recording equipment, that kind of stuff, for the new courtroom. So anything used from that, I'm encouraged to use the encumbered funds first. So it's money that's already been, that's set aside from the budget from last year that we're pulling into this year for things like that.
And we don't prepay, we basically,
Yeah, it's
we
not
set up
fair.
a purchase order in that vendor's name and hold
Yeah.
that money for them.
earmark
Yeah.
for that. Okay.
Basically, it's an earmark,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah, yeah.
They
So
had that, evidently had that much left in the budget, so they just set it up so.
And I think it was purposeful, like to save for things coming up. I think that was the purpose of that. Because we have such big projects when it comes to back scanning all those documents we have, that was kind of planned ahead. Like, we're gonna save here so we can make this work here, type of thing. That's my understanding of it.
Since those
So-
3 invoices, they're not up to the 20, but since the difference was written down in places.
So what you're wanting is each time I write to get a new total on
Least.
there. So like balancing,
It'd be a little
check,
clearer.
yeah, absolutely, I can do
I'm
that.
not
I
saying
wondered
I'm not
wondered
saying
that.
technically wrong, but if you have
Yeah.
remaining balance,
Remaining balance. I will make sure I do that from now on. I wondered about that, but I was looking at past forms, encumbered funds that Jamie had done, and she didn't write the total, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll just do it the same way. So that's the only reason it didn't, but
well, thank
I
you.
apologize for the confusion.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's anything else I can help
Box on the table.
to clarify that, I have my forms, I mean,
Jamie's
it's the
not
same
doing
stuff.
this now?
No, Jamie's, I replaced Jamie, so,
She's
yeah,
left?
she's left. I'm in her position, so I'm kind of
I'm not
trying
sure.
to pick up speed.
I'm not sure I've heard that.
Yeah, so she left, I started.
Good to have you on board.
Ah, thank you.
What's
Thank
your
you.
name?
Emily Stevens.
The first name?
Emily.
Emily.
Yep. Yep, so I'm new clerk now, but if there's anything else I can clear up, please let me know. I'm happy to
Okay.
try to help. I'm still learning though too, so.
We're learning every day.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You gonna get Larry on the phone here?
Good afternoon.
Larry, you're on speakerphone in the commission chambers. We're signing checks and vouchers today.
All right, Jesse.
I've got invoice number 1004.
Yes.
And down at the bottom, it says previous unpaid balance 247,987.50, and we can't find anything where that number comes into play for a previous balance.
It was two previous balances, actually. It was from invoice number 1001 and invoice number 1003.
Okay. So it'd be adding them up together. Okay.
It'd be adding them together. Yes, correct. Now,
Okay.
the past due did not include the expenses in it, though. Which was the 324.62.
Yeah, your travel expenses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we're trying to look up, can you give me what both of those individual invoices totals were?
The invoice number 1001, total was $160,632.63.
You cut out on me, 160 what?
$160,632.63.
Okay.
And then invoice 1003, the total was $87,525.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we paid invoice, 1003 on August 14th, check number 102887.
We paid that one already, 1003.
Yeah, and you paid, at the same time, you paid the, 1001 too.
Oh, yes, okay, 166.32.63. Okay, so then that amount should come off then.
This 247,987.5 should come out of your, so all we should be owing is $116,700 plus $324.62.
Alright, let's see, the, 175,050 was one that we just sent you last week, and then 1004 is the, correct too. Yeah, the 116,700 plus the 324.
Plus the three, so okay, so 116,700 plus 324.62.
Correct. Okay, 116,700.
Plus 324.62.
Plus 324. The $117,024.62. Okay.
It's this number and this number.
If you add that to.
Okay, and see, had we known what this was consisting of, we wouldn't have paid that whole bill. So we need to avoid this.
We need to avoid this and reissue different checks.
And this was dated
117, 17.
117024.62.
That's what we owe you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. I won't tell you what we have it down as owing you, because you would like that.
Well, Jesse, it all comes off the same total. Don't worry about that. The one that we just sent plus the 1004 and 1005. Okay, now, we just sent you an invoice last Friday.
1005?
Yes. Yes.
I've got it for $175,133.69.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, we owe you these two invoices, 117,024.62 plus a 175,133.69.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that total is 292,157.31.
That's a long ways from what we got a check wrote for you.
I got you. You pay the 117,024.62 and your time for that.
Why is that 104, 1004 dated clear back on dated to 7/26, and it's showing the past due, the previous unpaid balance on that? That seems a little late to have an unpaid balance. And we paid that, when did you say we paid that?
We hadn't received the checks yet, no, but we did, I had been talking and I was told that the checks would be coming, and so I didn't put it in there.
Okay. Okay. August 14th when it was paid, So it would have been mailed probably the 15th?
Yes, we received the check.
Oh, it was mailed the 14th. And when did you receive the check?
The 16th.
So 2 days. August. This is
July
July.
26th.
July 26th.
On that 1004 invoice, it's dated July 26th,
Right, that one is, yes.
but it's already got the past due balances on there, and I don't know, I don't understand that invoice.
Oh, well, yeah, it shouldn't have been on there then. I had done these up like a week or two ahead of time, and I must not have taken it off.
Yeah, that's what threw us for a loop there, so we've got to reissue this check.
That's totally on me, and I totally apologize.
Okay.
Ask me about the 90% report
Uh,
and the 100 when they're coming.
The night, when you guys gonna be on the schedule here before too long, Larry, with the 90 and the 100%?
Yeah, we're trying to get a darn date, Jesse, that we can sit down with River City and the sheriff and so forth and go over the last changes and tweaks and then come in front of the county board.
Okay.
And this is, I don't know if it's vacation time, I don't know what it is, but we're having a devil of a time getting everybody in the same room.
Okay. Okay.
They're closing in on the budget, and we're not quite there yet, but we feel good about what we're putting together, and so we'll look forward to seeing you.
So you got it hammered down about 25 million?
No.
Well, then you're not feeling good enough yet.
Not quite feeling that good yet.
Okay.
Did he give you a date he's gonna be in?
He doesn't, he's trying to get people lined up that can meet River City and the sheriff and all this stuff, so, not yet. So. All right, sir. I'll leave you alone, Larry.
All right, thank you, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay.
He doesn't have a date, but he's trying to get that lined up.
That's kind of what I heard, but I was hoping he'd have a date. We've got an invoice here from Western Consultants. That
That's the guys out of Lawrence, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Western Consultants that is signed off on economic development.
I'm sorry?
Chips.
That'd be on the chips deal.
Yeah.
On,
Well, it probably is, but it's West, yeah, I'm not sure I remember the name of
Those
the
are the
company,
two
but-
guys from Lawrence.
the grant guys,
Okay,
I think, isn't it?
Yep.
I didn't know whether they need to have Wade tell us exactly or not.
Well, I've got one here as well that's in question with Cook Flat. That's with economic development for 143,000.
142.
143. But it's dated, transactions from 5/27 through 7/28.
2 months plus.
Yeah.
Meeting.
I don't know why they wait so long to send.
And I do know that we put a kibosh, and I know there was a date and an amount to get everything across the finish line, but I don't remember what the date and the amount was, and who all was involved in that date and the amount. I think Cook Flat was this one, but I thought this may be the last time I seen an invoice, but maybe I didn't pay attention to the dates. The dates might have been prior to. So I'm trying to get an answer on this one as well. How much is that?
32. I wonder, you know, with this engineer, that engineer, that engineer, if we had not have a spreadsheet put up on, or put together on every engineer we're dealing with and bring a total down all the time. And I'm not saying there's any issues, but we are getting a lot of money tied up in engineering.
There's a lot of money tied up.
And we got a big project too.
That's right.
But
It's a lot of money.
Well, on May the 26th, at the projected construction was like $26,864,000. And I just don't understand how that could be.
Oh, you're talking about the jail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and now they're, I mean, I know they're above that now, but.
We're shorting to get to 30 now, so.
But how from May until now I know prices change, but.
If the price of exchange are coming down,
Right.
they should be coming down.
That's what I mean. I'm not sure how the projections were so far off.
Yeah. I think you take it times his percentages, and then you'll know why you're over $30 million.
Right, but I just pulled this out, and this was from May 26, I mean, it was roughly 27 million, something like that.
Did that one have the update on the jail and the
Well, I don't know, I just have.
I think that one didn't have the remodeling the jail, but I could be wrong.
And that could be July.
Wonder if we need to have, Wade's probably not seeing either one of these invoices. Or if we need to have him take a quick look, or.
We can hold them out. I don't know if he's
Is Wade
here.
still in,
I'll go check.
or do you know?
I don't know, but I'll go check.
I wanna hit find it, but let Wade see.
All right, I'll just hold it out. Try not to bury it.
Phones we got, yeah, we're stoned.
Is this still the first, this is the only basket,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we're getting close to the end of that basket.
Yeah, I know it's only $40.90.
I don't have any idea. I don't know why they don't have just one service.
It don't say what department, it don't say.
$4.90. And that touch tone communications. Well, they'll get PA. What's that long distance?
No, it says it's got list of calls through Burlington, Canton, Ohio, Ottawa, Kansas, Burlington, Auburn, Columbia, Ohio, Iowa, Oregon, Waverly, Banning, California.
Wade, I think you mentioned here a month or two ago, or whenever it was, that, because we are dealing with quite a few engineers. Here's one from Western Consultants for 32.8. It's got the hours listed. I don't recall the exact project they was working on.
Can I see? Take a look at it?
Absolutely. Wanted to double check, make sure there's not any issues with it.
Is that a toll-free inbound line?
I don't remember Western, but we may have had another invoice too, I don't recall.
So Western is GAS, the Garrett and,
Yeah.
Interesting.
Brett.
Nordstrom.
Yep, that's their company.
And they're doing what for us?
Writing on the chips.
Yep. They're the ones who came in and there was a contract that was put together for, I'm trying to remember the total, but it was to get it past down the line, and it was around
75,000.
somewhere in that neighborhood, and then anything.
Did we already paid the first
to
first
exceed
three
that?
then?
I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah,
Okay, I kinda remember some of that, but
did we do a contract with them, or were they just going to bill us as?
So the contract was for that total amount, and then anything over that total, they had to
Okay.
request permission.
Right.
I know you told us there 2-3 months ago, we need just to be awful careful. And we've got another invoice here
We got one here from Cook Platte and Strobel from May 27th through July 28th for $143,000.
I guess it was,
do we need, we've got a lot of engineering going on now, all the road and bridge and the jail and everything. Do we need to set up a spreadsheet that shows those invoices came in and the date that they're specifically for? to make sure that there's not any issues at all?
I think, and it's kind of whatever you feel comfortable with.
I think we just need to be double safe so that everything's going.
Yep. My memory tells me that would be Saban, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's safe.
Saban came in and he's doing things for Road and Bridge. He's doing things on behalf of CHIPS, and
Yeah, they're supposed to be separated out.
Yeah.
This is directly at Economic Development CHIPS Act.
So that's what my understanding is. What they're doing is they have different designations, and Saban had come in that he's separated. So when you look at those, it will be like Tom just said, and it'll say specifically what it was for. So that one sounds like it was for.
Vito, according to what I'm seeing on the breakout, it's KSMC Project Management Selection Committee meeting, which I don't know why we're paying for that.
I don't like it that they're.
Selection committee meetings, KDOT meetings on traffic improvements, weekly project meetings, CHIPS Act application, or GAS, spent 6 hours on that. Meeting with the county commissioner, we're being charged for him to come visit us.
It's 3 months behind, and I can't understand anybody being 3 months behind.
I mean, now he's incorporated the airport export data, earthwork review, which that was supposed to be a separate contract altogether. That was supposed to be $50,000 there.
And maybe Bobby can come up and, Saban's not here obviously, so maybe Bobby could give you sort of some insight into.
I tried to call him, he's not answering.
I'm not saying there's any issues, but we've got a lot of engineers doing a lot of work there. And then they're 3 months behind on billing, that bothers me a little bit too.
You know, and he, like I say, incorporated some of the airport design, it looks
Whether
like.
Bobby will be available or not,
We tried to get over him.
He's not,
Angie-
they can't get an answer.
Angie said it that way. Angie said it that way.
I don't know if there's a bunch of engineers. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, you may have Saban and his firm that is working on several different components.
Well, right, but
Saban's working on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
He said there that it would be separated out. We'd get an invoice, the way I understood it, we'd get an invoice for anything he done for Road Bridge. Then we get an invoice for anything he done at the airport. Then we get an invoice for anything done at the CHIPS. And now, airport's included in this, and we spoke, he came in and said it'd take $50,000 and he'd be done at the airport. I think we already paid that last month.
We paid something last month, but I forget the total. That's the reason I think it's
$50,000.
So,
Or if I remember right.
so what you could do with that is not sign that, hold it off, and then it could be broken down, and a special issue could be sent to pay later on down the road after you get the breakdown that you're looking for.
I mean, the Vito project, I'll call it the CHIPS project, KSCM goes down, just like the airport project. I mean, from here on out, they've got their elevations established, they know where their road's gonna go, and it's up to them from here on out, the way I understand it, to design the water, the sewer, all like that. And here, we're paying for some of it.
So that bill itself has got some engineering or something done on three or four different projects. And that needs to just be busted out.
Exactly. The way I'm reading this, yes.
I'm sure Saban would be glad to explain. I think Saban just real straightforward, so. But maybe his office doesn't know it's supposed to be broke out.
office, but he will be here just shortly.
Okay.
Hobbies around?
Yes.
I mean, when you look at the front, description, CHIPS contractual services. Then, when you look at the start of the invoice, professional services from May to July, Coffee County on-call engineering services. Well, the only thing I knew that was gonna be on-call was road and bridge. Everything else should be,
And-
nobody should be allowed to spend $143,000 out of this number. I may have said, worded that wrong.
But it's got to stop.
That's what we're all thinking.
We just need to know more facts.
On your second question, I guess the two invoices here, the 3750 is a community development block grant. And I don't remember what that ties to, but I know there's.
Oh, that's, Daniel Burks. You see that, the money she gets goes to us, and then we disperse it onto her.
So this probably needs to be, say it just says for grant writing. And it may just need to reference that here so that it
Answers the question, yeah.
It can be tracked.
Let's get that. Because remember, they came in with Daniel Burke, they were writing her grant for her, and she got so much money that it went to us.
Got a
and
pass.
us disperse
Does
it.
that need to be broken out into two invoices?
It may just be one invoice for her block.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just seems odd.
That may be a better body question. The CDBG block grant, that ties to Danielle Burke. Is that what that is?
Yes.
So it just,
You said this is.
Dawn was asking about this and this is reference. So maybe
This is separate from all
we
that.
write that with this, because they just sometimes needs to
Yeah. That is the Goldberg check.
separate it out.
Yeah, we just got straightened out.
Yeah, we can do that. How do you want me to do something on my end?
Well, it shouldn't have went through really economic development.
Which,
I mean,
that,
or should have, because he came in here and he spoke to us and said, the grant money, I don't know if Angie received the check, the grant money would go to us and we distribute it as needed for the project.
Correct.
So,
The Daniel Burke.
Daniel Burke.
Oh.
grant. So, I don't know if Angie's already received the check, but if that's what that's on
Not
for,
that one.
if that's what that, grant's for, then it ought to come out of that account, not,
It would.
if that's what that's for.
Correct.
We don't have the money yet, though.
We don't have the money yet. That's just a reimbursable. That particular grant's a reimbursable grant. You don't get the funding until after you.
We was under the impression that the money come first and the county housed the money and then they would reimburse the
We would-
individual for that.
Yeah, the county would write the check to the individual.
Well, let's pull it out until we get a determination. I'll have something clear.
Indeed, that's what that's for, because I thought as far as the CHIPS Act, I thought they were pretty much done and we're almost caught up with them.
Correct.
Okay.
That
There's
is
two
correct.
separate invoices there, or for the one voucher, so.
Okay.
I think two invoices just got combined into one for the same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what, you want me to pull it, or separate it?
Yeah.
Need to have Angie pull the check.
You know the check number on that?
10309.
Separate from all that. So
Do you want me to just hold it or void it or?
Just hold it. I'm gonna get a determination on this.
When we have collision.
I think what you, maybe we could do so they could go ahead and get paid for this other.
Collision insurance.
Redo this 29, 126, 85, which is part of what,
We're gonna be reimbursed. We got
They've already done
$7,800 for a rack.
Oh, okay, for the county, okay.
for chips, and
And
then
we might get
pull this
pulled.
off, and that's just being held for.
Maybe that's what it is.
All
I
right.
was just gonna ask Angie anything about
we got 50 different things going on here.
I know, that's why, I've been just laying up here for a long time now, but.
That's why it's good to have his stuff separated from.
I'll make sure that stuff is from now on, their ability to anybody else's.
So,
With separating it, when you go back to flat strobels.
I've got one left to go in there, but I was gonna ask Angie about.
Invoice. It says CHIPS contractual services. On the front page.
Okay.
Then, here, professional services from May to July 28. Coffee County on-call engineering services billing statement number 5.
Coffee County Engineer, Economic Development.
But when you go through here and look at some of the charges, some of it goes to the airport project, which should have been a separate invoice because we agreed to 50,000 for that project.
Correct.
Because, I mean, weekly project meetings on the CHIPS Act, I mean, I thought after the topos were done and all like that Coffee County was done until for site development of any sort. And it looks like we're paying for meetings with commissioners, we're paying for meetings with KDOT, we're paying scope with Burns and McDonald, whoever that is. And then weekly meetings he's having with KSNC.
That's the Skype, that's the phone, Zoom meetings?
Yes, sir.
Zoom meetings. And then here we have airport data consulting. We have KDOT meetings in Chanute. I don't know why we're.
So the KDOT meeting is, the KDOT's gonna grant a certain amount of money, we don't know how much yet, for all the roadway improvements.
Well, and that's fine, but working on earthwork review, grading plans.
Is that grading plans? Where's the grading
Where's the
plan?
grading plan?
He's done 2 grading plans, one for the Vito site and one for the airport.
I know you're probably keeping public records, but we've been told you're breaking everything down, but to me, the more documentation we get, the better it's gonna be for an auditor. But it sounds like there's Sabins Company, you know, it's got invoices on there for 2, 3, 4 different projects, or at least 3. As much money as we're investing in engineering, which we got to have, we know, needs to be broken down on a spreadsheet. Each invoice needs to be dated, because that goes all the way back 3 months.
Yes, sir.
I can't believe we're 3 months behind. But how much trouble it is to break all of our engineering costs down and put it in a particular spreadsheet of some type, so we can absolutely go back and check it if we need to.
They should have that in their office.
Well, I'm sure they do.
If we get their breakdown.
I guess unless you can remind me that we approved somewhere for somebody to spend $143,000 designing the site at Vito. I mean, that's where my mind is headed. KDOT meetings, I mean, I don't know if that KDOT meetings for road and bridge, I don't know, you know, on the widening, I don't know. Because we were told he was gonna, we get a separate invoice for CHIPS, we get a separate invoice for that, we get a separate invoice for road and bridge. Now it's just, there's a conglomeration.
Lumping it all in.
Yeah, the airport engineering, we'll probably take care of some of that. I don't know how much, but
We
engineering and
agreed-
CHIPS, those businesses are gonna take care of that.
All of it's reimbursable.
Pardon?
All of it's to be reimbursed.
So, that being said, we definitely gotta have that.
Even though it's
broken
gonna be reimbursed, I would like to know that, hey, we're gonna spend $143,000 designing some topo and some earthwork and site designs and highway alignments and highway design, road right-of-way selection corners, survey breakdowns, traffic studies, meetings with KDOT, meetings with commissioners, and somebody can stop me at any time if they think I'm wrong, but finishing topo on Highway 75, topos of Highway 75, topos of Section 75 and Old 50.
I don't know why this wouldn't be on the state's On the states,
KSMC PMA Selection Committee meetings, KSMC PMA interviews.
Well, we're not gonna have anything
I
to
mean,
do with
if
it,
it's
so we're not
reimbursed
gonna have
or not,
anything to do with that.
we should be aware that these things are going
Spending
on.
that kind of money.
The state ought to be at least
It's
charge it, or pay 75%.
$143,000.
I would prefer a separate contract for everything, but if I'm not,
$144,000, might as well say.
I think he's operating under what he thinks is the direction of the commission. That he is the county engineer, and whenever there's,
somebody calls, he
But
jumps.
it's labeled economic development, and it's got your signature. So,
yeah, I did sign it. I know that that's work he's done, but,
meetings with KDOT.
I can tell him,
We're gonna have to, this is where I get to things are starting to move way too fast. I mean, which I know some of it has to move fast, and that's where I go back to the airport. I mean, I don't want somebody coming to me when the building's almost done and say, oh, by the way, we forgot this. You got $3 million we can have? I don't wanna hear it.
Yeah.
And I don't wanna hear it here either. And we're saying we're gonna get reimbursed, but I've seen nothing in writing yet that says so.
yeah.
Various meetings with KSNC, we got meetings with, EMP Shields, KDOT.
I thought we was done.
I thought we were done.
I thought we was done with everything up north.
Until the grant money came in.
Rest
until-
of it was on the companies.
And then, because we bought
I
the
have no
land.
problem cutting them off. I will do that.
Well, I mean, like I say, you stop me anytime they come
What
on.
is-
wanna know what
Maybe
we're
they
going-
need to be cut off, maybe they don't need to be cut off.
Tom, what was it, what invoice dates were those? I mean,
From, May
Straight through
28th to, or May 27th to July 28th.
That's 2 months.
2 months.
That should have never happened.
But I mean, I didn't even know it was gonna happen. I didn't know it was gonna go on, is my meaning.
Yes, sir. I didn't authorize him to do any of that either.
Well, he's
I mean, I'm complicit in it because I've been, I mean, my understanding too is that that the commission hired him as the county engineer. And that he has this on-call contract and whatever,
So,
I never
who called him to go do all these things?
not me specifically, but I'll take the, yeah. I mean, you put that at my feet, yeah.
Did he do any of the surveying for the different layout of the house up there?
Yeah.
Were they the ones that did the different, land survey to
Yeah.
get the 8 point whatever acres?
Yeah.
So that's probably in there as well, for the new deed.
Yes.
Bobby, he doesn't specifically call you and say, hey, do I need to do this? I mean, that's, he's not specifically calling you and saying, hey, we need to do this, or,
Yes, sir.
And we've done boring,
okay.
geotech service, which we,
Boring
I think we
for
did
rock.
approve of that.
Yes. They poked all sorts of holes up there looking for rock.
Well, he was here also.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and maybe, like I say, there's so many things come at us, maybe I've forgotten some of it, so. That's why I say somebody can stop me if I'm wrong, but.
There's too many days go by from the time that something's discussed and put in motion to the time that it comes through our desk, and it's hard to remember it.
Yeah.
Did we okay this? Oh yeah, this is part of this, or oh no, this is part of it. And that's what, we gotta have
Part of the
people that
issue.
is.
That's part of it.
It's part of my issue, I can guarantee you that.
I can remember when he was in and a few different times and spoke, but as far as specific things on that agenda, I can't remember.
Yeah, but it's.
So if they're not calling, I guess, if they're not calling Bobby and say, hey, this is what we're doing, they're doing it on their own, I guess is where I'm headed with this. With probably the thought that that's
Okay,
what they're
dude.
hired for.
Yeah, that, I don't,
Look, I'm not trying to make an excuse, I'm just saying that
How do they even
And-
know
and I
where to
get
go
that.
to do
but
a
how
job?
do they know?
I'm not saying we're pay it, I just need to know.
Maybe he needs to come account for where he's at, everything he's done, and let you guys either cut him back or tell him to get pre-authorized. He's working under, I know he's doing the same thing with Road and Bridge. I mean, when he knows something needs to be done, I'm not saying that.
But that's on call, we called you and said, hey, can you go do this? Not, hey, I went and done this, here's the bill.
Hope you like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Wes?
I'm trying to remember, he came in at some point, I can't remember exactly when, with a new revised fee structure. It was a single sheet of paper.
Right.
He presented that, and I think there was a motion that someone made to agree to that fee structure. So I think the initial thing is to go back in time and maybe isolate where that fee structure was approved, and then the next step, as Bobby said, is to have Saban come in and maybe identify and be able to explain sort of what happened to get to the point where we are right now. Because he may have a reasonable explanation as to what's happened behind the scenes.
Yeah, and so the reason for calling you up is maybe you could help us get to.
Probably half of it is stuff that I said, yeah, we need to do this. Other half, maybe not so much. You know, I didn't know about I know he's working KDOT, but I didn't know he was billing for it.
Yeah, and he's billing when he comes to see us, meeting with county commissioners.
I didn't know he was billing for that.
Yep, 4 hours.
Nothing's free.
Various meetings he's had with the entities that are going in out there, KSMC, he had one with EMP Shields, actually several.
So when they come to meet with us, that should be part of the,
You know, a treatment pond, I mean, or where's the treatment pond, is it the airport, is it?
Yeah.
That's just giving us a report.
that should be part of the service.
So I thought maybe you knew, that's why I think we called you up here, so you're not.
We went down line item by line item, about half of it's stuff I'm aware of, the other half not.
Okay.
Just call Saban and ask him to, you know, you pretty well know what Tom's talking about there. I think Tom's got all of our support, you know, to get breakdown, get everything truly identified.
Maybe you can come up with a better way to.
And Saban would be more than glad to come in, I'm sure of that.
Well, especially if he's billing us for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be standing at our meeting hallway Monday morning.
Yeah.
But, and Tuesday, actually, because Monday's Labor Day.
Oh, yeah, Tuesday morning.
But Wade is correct, we did pass a motion saying he, had a fee structure, maybe didn't do a motion, but he said he would bill basically highway department separate from the CHIPS, from the airport.
And I'm here, and I say, and I think we've said this before, the entities need to take care of their own now. We have carried the football.
Yeah.
You know, we have put millions of dollars up, taxpayer dollars, and it's time that they start figuring it out.
And I agree that it's reimbursable, and I appreciate that.
If we get it.
But we got, it sounds like it's gonna happen, but still it'd be nice to know, hey, I gotta go do this, I gotta go do that. I mean, so I redid it the first time I ever knew it was happening.
Yes.
Well, and if we're gonna get reimbursed, the invoice should definitely have it split out separately.
Well, he's supposed to be, or somebody's supposed to be categorizing it to where it gets.
I think Bobby's doing that, but that
So when
needs-
we get to the end, it's like, okay, this is how much we spent on whatever.
Right, but you know.
But again, I really thought we were pretty much done up there as far as any engineering service.
Yes. That was done with everybody else except them, I guess. So I wasn't even honestly thinking of him when we cut everybody off. But I can have a conversation with him and tell him he needs to get on the agenda to come speak with the commission and update his scope of work.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just thought we were done up there from engineering services. I really did.
I feel the building, I just feel it keeps snowballing. EMP's gonna need something engineered up there, so they're gonna call Savings. Savings gonna go do it. Coffee County's gonna pay for it.
That's what I'm afraid of, that it's turning.
And not that I throw EMP, whoever, company X or Z, you know. Well, SSM supposed to be paying their whole way up there, and he's up at the airport doing survey work and billing Coffee County for it. Well,
Yeah.
they were supposed to be paying their own way up
Here's,
there. Are they paying their own way or not?
here, I'll go through a big old line, revised treatment pond, fixed terrain modules, site design, earthwork design, site design, highway alignments.
That's got to be airport?
No, that's BDO.
That's BDO.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all that stuff that SSM, shouldn't they been billed directly?
Well, no, this is at the air, this is at the,
That'd be KCS.
this is the Kansas, yeah.
KSMC at BDO.
KSMC.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I just thought we were done up there, and then I see this. Wait a minute. So, we probably ought to, yeah. And if we're gonna get reimbursed, as long as somebody's got it in the correct category and keeping track of it to know that it goes toward reimbursement, that's great.
Yes, sir. It'll be handled right away.
Okay.
Thank you.
So does,
We just have to make sure to get that checked out.
you wanted that check out?
I say hold it till he can separate it out.
That check needs to.
I'll have them pull that check out.
Not to change the subject, we got an invoice here for trophy things. That go to the OK Kids project?
No, sir. That's, well, I take that back. Some of them are, and the other are for the barbecue competition.
The what? Oh, barbecue?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I thought it might be, I didn't know, so.
Sometimes, like when there's all those little things, those little festivities, sometimes we buy the trophies.
That's new stuff.
When there's 2 or 3 of them together. We've always bought the OK Kids, we've always bought the fishing tournament. This barbecue's kind of something new.
We got a cook flat invoice here from CFS for Road and Bridge for $22,000. So that's $160,000 going to CFS.
Which
We had-
Ryan is supposed to use Cook Flat and Strobel.
We had another invoice on those 2 bridges we was doing over there at Grimley, I think last month. But I don't remember the engineering firm. It's probably.
It was B&G.
It would be G.
Yeah, I think.
Which normally gets done, Ryan and I had a major discussion about, what the previous county engineer did and what he didn't do. So when we get those B&G on the bridges, that would have been something Wayne would have outsourced at the time anyway.
Right here's a BG for $16,396.
Back to them bridges. Because they were the, engineering firm to build those bridges.
See, I think a month ago we had, it wasn't 2 months out, I think we've already had one billing over there.
You'll probably get a series,
Last
so the
month.
bridges are done anyway.
But are both bridges done?
I'd have to ask Ryan. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got to ask Ryan about that.
You say when Wayne was there, he would outsource some of this stuff along,
He would outsource quite a bit of
whatever,
stuff.
okay,
Because some of it could be done in-house anyway, it had to be.
sure.
But, sorry, we've got
No,
off on
that's all right.
another subject.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
Too much.
there's a lot going on, so I just, again, that's my biggest fear, that, is, you know, in the end, somebody's gonna come back and say, man, I hope we got another couple million laying around, we can sure use it.
Yeah, we're into this now, we gotta finish it.
Yeah.
Just like the jail's gonna be.
Yeah.
Well, we've already struggling with that one, so I just wanna make sure everybody's on the same page, folks.
That's it.
Okay.
Thanks, Colby.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Is Angie gone, Brad?
Yes, she didn't run out.
Okay.
She will be back.
Okay. I had a question that I've been holding for a half hour, because we've been talking about it.
You better write it down so you don't forget.
I did, I wrote it down and I signed it and pushed it on.
There you go.
It's not a huge deal, but it's just a question.
Now, this will all be road and bridge here, like,
This here, or that,
it starts here.
the Western Consultants is all right.
That all goes that way.
Yes.
Yep.
But this is a new basket, right?
No, that,
Oh,
new basket started right here with Tom.
This is
Okay,
your,
okay.
this is
So that's my fault. I gave you bad.
there's a check with it too.
Okay,
What's that one say?
This one, what's it?
Okay, this one's for 292 to Goldberg.
That goes with the first basket.
I'm sorry.
That goes with the first basket.
Because you got it all corrected?
Yes. This, here starts the new
Starts
basket.
this basket, okay.
this is good, this one.
And this does too.
And this one,
No, don't do this.
They've got this figured all straight down.
okay,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
I think they've got that all cleared out.
Yeah, we've got that all cleared up. We think, no, we know, no, we do. We do.
And we're right across the check. This check here for road and bridge is $1,175.
Mm-hmm.
And in the other basket was 1.8.
Yeah.
So there's about 3 million being written.
Morning. Afternoon. Whatever it is.
You had to run an errand for Bobby?
Yeah.
He left so fast, he left his important stuff here.
How you doing, Brad?
Doing well. You can go outside without it hurting very much. First time in a month.
You're right.
I set my pickup, I parked it underneath the sycamore tree on there.
Yeah, so this is the PG on car.
Those are 2 cars there, this thing straightened out that other one.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, that was down.
I wonder if that doesn't serve a purpose before it gets here.
I think so.
haven't figured out what it does after.
It does separate some different deals. They can sort it out.
By the time we pass it around, it gets pretty.
Time to get to us, it's sorted all right.
Yeah.
That one hurt. 609,000. Reach Construction Bridge work.
Ouch. No, but you got a grant for some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it is good. We have, actually.
Well, I picked up two again.
No, I read through this one, and I
Look through it,
I
and
went
never
every
thought
time,
of
any
it.
time. I remember. They didn't want to come to some of that stuff, it's like if I don't look through it, I don't know what it's for.
Yeah.
There's getting to be quite a few of them. Red Bridge is Louisiana.
What's that?
Red Bridge, Louisiana.
Yeah. There's still more money, but just,
Yeah, but it's,
bigger checks.
I mean, it's recognizable and
Yeah.
you know exactly what it was for.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah, Ron and I had a discussion last week about, having an engineer on staff when Blackburn was here, make their life easier to say, hey, I need you to sign off on this, or we're gonna do that, because there are rules that they do have to follow. They can't just throw in a pipe without, some sort of engineering approval or whatever. And it says, with the on-call, it takes a little longer maybe than they'd like sometimes to get an answer back.
He said that delays him sometimes, is what he conveyed to me also.
But couldn't they, if they're doing proper pre-planning, they get that signed off, or be able to have a throw a net of things that they can do, and they'd still get signed off on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but, so I say that, this discussion we were having was leading up to, how much was outsourced when Blackburn was here, and how much did we, you know what I'm saying, what did,
Or we still paying a lot outside, that's what you're.
well, I guess we paid Wayne a certain amount, but we outsourced quite a bit. So, I mean, if what we normally outsource was, say, $300,000, and now you're outsourcing $600,000, and you're not saving any money by not having an engineer.
Right.
And I'm just using round numbers, I'm
I
not
know.
using, I'm just using out of the sky numbers.
Yeah, no basis.
No facts.
Yeah.
But that's something he and I've asked him to help keep track of, is just that.
Well, we've been doing it for over a year.
Yeah, well, that's what I. And that's what
Or
he said.
right at a year.
He should know here within, I really think, the next month or so, where that actually lies.
Probably gonna pay to have one, is what I think we're gonna find, but maybe not.
Well, and you figure your wages and your benefits.
Yeah.
You're,
That just seems
You're
that way to
above
me.
200,000 probably.
Not everything
we're
we've
two
got,
scale 175.
everything we've got that's going on, if you had a full-time engineer,
We wouldn't be able to keep up.
you're gonna need one or two support people under him.
Well, that's what they had.
Yeah.
That's what Road and Bridge had. They had people that worked underneath Wayne and did the work, and Wayne signed off on them. And what Wayne didn't feel safe signing off on, he got an okay through an engineering firm.
Well, even some of those bridges, like the bridges they're working on now, he wouldn't be able to design them.
Yeah.
That's why they sent them out for design and then got the grant. So as far as on the road and bridge side, from what I've seen so far, there hasn't been a whole lot that hadn't been tied to a project
Mm-hmm.
that's went out for design anyway.
Exactly.
Probably not exact on it, but Ryan said he's been keeping track, so we'll probably be having that discussion before too long.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a good staff down there. They're well seasoned, they've been there a long time. I think that's where he's at with some of these other stuff is that I run across trying to attract help is hard. I don't know about you on the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. So the pay scales, I mean, gotta be up there. Other than that, they're gonna go to Iowa and work for some other construction company and make more.
Well, I'll drive 80 miles a day too.
That's true, but
Yeah, some of it's substantial enough, apparently they can afford to.
some of it's very substantial.
Yeah. Because, well, like somewhere, just like drivers, I mean, you got a lot of these companies that just say Walmart. They're not, yeah, they're in the trucking business, they're watching their expenses, but that's not their business, so they're gonna spend whatever it takes to get there.
Get their Chinese products from one store, from one distribution center to the store.
That's right.
And they just
No, it's
Well, Freedom's always got
Oh, yeah, same kind of deal.
same kind of deal.
Yeah, you know, what's it matter if we triple the driver's wages when they're selling these dollar bags of potato chips this big, you know?
For $6.
For
yeah.
$6. And downsize the bags.
You gotta do, you know.
You know how many bags bags of potato chips you can put in one of those van trailers?
That's what I mean.
A lot. Just take what their cost would be times however many bags is in that trailer is worth a lot of money.
It is, it's pretty long.
The thieves and the thugs ought to be having fun with that.
Yeah, they'll need a retail store alone, start hijacking.
I start hijacking. Well, I finally got smart and started robbing the trains out in California when they were sitting in the yard.
Did they really?
Realized there's valuables. Oh, God. It looks like war zone out there in them rail yards. You just go out there and find all them van trailers, just break them open, cut the seals, open them up. See what's in there. People hauling TVs out, microwaves, everything.
Pretty sad. Yep, it is.
What a beautiful world we live in.
There's not enough consequences.
No, start cutting fingers off.
If I've got my clothes to change in, I gotta
Fingers,
get after
hands.
work.
There's a voucher from Kevin Parks for rock. Is that project where they have the big rock that is wanted to sell or at $4.50 a ton? We had somebody
I
that
think so, yeah.
had some
It was.
big rocks, didn't have a place to go with. And that's,
It's for Kevin Clark.
did they dig that up there behind where Kevin lives?
No, it's up there,
Cause he's in north of golf course, north of
No,
golf course,
no,
quarter
this
mile
is-
and a couple hundred yards back west.
yeah, no, this is from over there off the, by where Jimmy
Preston?
Webster used to live.
Yeah.
For who?
East of the relocated cemetery, Atoma Cemetery.
Wait for an hour. There was an invoice in there for, Richmond Body Works for $7,887 for repair to a 2020 Tahoe. We have
Sheriff's office.
insurance on our vehicles, don't we?
Yeah, and so we probably got anything over and above the deductible already, but then they'd have to go pay.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
You know, it just seemed, you know, I could expect us to pay a deductible amount or something, but I was just curious why it was so much.
Well, it's probably more than what our,
I think you just deposit the check in whatever account, and
Yeah.
you write the check when it's done.
Okay. Very good.
Correct.
And
Okay.
my question, thank you.
That's okay. I didn't have anything else today.
Okay. There was one check I did, just for the Beltron for
Okay.
pulling.
September 7th. Next week. Okay,
Next week.
we'll set up a time, maybe anybody else around. Guess you can get to school.
Yeah, you had to find out when you're gonna be at the school though.
So we'll find out a time when Kristen's gonna be.
Yes, she just emailed me.
And it will be the 7th, but.
Yeah, she said the 7th, and then, I'll keep staying in touch with her to get
A time.
a time and where.
Okay, all right.
So, but yeah.
Who you talking about?
Christian.
Christian Brown.
What days he
I
gonna
told her you
be?
guys have, she said the 7th, and then.
No, just curious about time, that way if anybody else wants to join in.
Yeah.
And what time is
I'll
it?
maybe send an email
Or
out.
even you or
Oh.
Wade.
Party's at, breaking ground at 1:00.
Is that 1:00?
1 o'clock at the.
Oh, yeah.
Angie, I've got a deal here, just wrote down Kelly Park at 5:30, and I didn't write down where it's for.
They're having the barbecue.
Oh,
They're having,
It's a barbecue competition, but yet the Kentucky people from SSM are gonna be down there and wanna cook us a steak
at what time? I got it down 5:30
at that time.
at Kelly Park.
Yes.
and when's that?
That's on
Friday,
Friday
On
night.
this Friday?
this Friday.
And don't forget the 1 o'clock. You
Groundbreaking
wanna be at
airport.
that if you can.
Yep.
You're not gonna be there, are you?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I was just thinking in my mind, I needed to have Judy somewhere, but, I'll be there at 1.
And I don't know of anything else this week.
We don't have to wear suit and ties.
But you are gonna cook the
I'm
steak.
not wearing a suit and tie. I don't know what y'all can wear.
I'll probably leave my pliers on.
I wouldn't, you might have to clean the shovel off the fire.
It pained me today to put on a pair of jeans, I haven't worn a pair of jeans since last night.
You might need to till that ground so you can turn some of it.
Yeah, no.
I have to run back to school, so we'll see you. Have a good week.
We're not really gonna see anything. You get a storm suit from back here. Looks like it takes off. Use it. I don't know if that's an area or something. I think it's area. And it ties into
That main.
that one out there we put that runs back.
Mhm.
Again, I'm trying to envision what this back here would look like.
Oh, well.
That floor and that floor is showing being the same elevation. Drive back there and then try to imagine with all this.
There you go, way.
There was really no detail to show me,
Mhm.
other than just plain curvy gutter details or pavement details. Like,
Yeah,
that's all filled in concrete, that's all filled in, that's all. Of course, that sidewalk, that's filled in, that's filled in. There's nothing that's not concrete. That's all concrete. Oh, we're not touching it. Jeremy said he had enough.
Oh.
But again, that leading up to that east door where we all come in now, probably ought to be replaced, and they're not showing it being replaced. Why you're there?
Yeah. On the west
Can't
side.
put, yeah, you can't put a cap on that either, can you? You don't have enough elevation there.
No, it's a drainage deal, and that's part of why it's, those control joints are chipping out so bad that I had them joint sealed up when it poured.
That was the last of that.
Just throwing ice on it.
That was the last of that.
Then it melts, then it gets in the cracks, then it freezes, then it pops out. You do that over 2 or 3, 4, 5 times in a year, and you spread it out over 10 years.
Pretty ugly by then, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you know, that's what, I can say about the airport, I mean, sounds like it's getting fairly cracked up,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm sure they've gotta do some, I've got to ask him that, I was wondering too, if they do their own snow removal, ash removal, what they do out there.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
I think so.
Well, they gotta treat it. And once that joint sealant fails in them control joints, moisture gets in there.
What if they use beet juice out there? What if they use beet juice, if they use salt?
I think they'd want beet juice, cause beet juice salt.
Yeah, I think it would be very good blowing around.
Blowing around and they're
Either
starting
they,
to crops up.
they spray a de-icer on there or something, it might be
That's
useful. Anybody got anything else? Nobody has anything else? Any objections of adjourning at 3:26?
Sounds like an idea.
We will adjourn at 3:26
To Tuesday,
till Tuesday.
is Monday's Labor Day.
Yeah.